Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
You know we will, ladies and gentlemen. On today's gathering, I can pull that down though, but on today's gathering, we're going to have the one and the only Swash through with Yizz, the unifier, a little bit later, and you're going to love what she has to say. We're going to cover some featured stories. The video of Unwoke with Amala. Also, Oliver Anthony on Variety Magazine, as well as the Tennessee Star talks with John Rich. Zulu on the evil of white people. Alex Jones, genetics misfiring, and your comments, calls, and questions. And then there is this. 3 people arrive at the gates of heaven. St. Peter is processing them in. Name and occupation, please. The first one says, Andy Smith. I was a doctor. Of course, doctors who save lives are allowed. Come in. Next. The second one says, Megan Jones. I was a nurse. Of course, nurses who care for the sick and wounded are allowed to come in. Come in. Next. The third one says, I'm Michael Davis. I was a hospital administrator and then a health insurance CEO, and I supervised hundreds of doctors and nurses in my hospitals where there were thousands of people getting well. St. Peter pulls out a large book and starts referencing long tables and figures. Finally, he says, okay, you're approved for a week's stay. Brad Danger says, a week is a bit long. It's great to see you all. We are going free in service to white well-being. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we are in the once great state of Virginia on the Potomac beside Mordor. Hope you're having a great time today. It's a glorious Sunday. It seems like the systems are all up and running. So over the course of this gathering, you may financially gift yours truly over at Entropy. And you can find the link in the description below. You may also financially gift me over on DLive in their cute little cryptocurrency, or on Odyssey in their cute little cryptocurrency. You may also financially gift on Odyssey with Cash. You can also use Cash on over at Cash App, where you may also use a cryptocurrency, or you can finally financially gift in cryptocurrency anonymously over at knowwhyguild.org, knowwhyguild.org, and you will click on the financial gift tab and you will find the wallets that I use, and I will recognize you next week for the wonderful anonymous gift. You will also find a snail mail address where you can mail me. The mailbag is empty today, I believe, but you can mail me there. It's glorious to see everybody today. So why don't we just go ahead and get started with our swashbuckling announcements. You know what I think I'm going to do? To celebrate the swash, I think we're going to play in the background, and you could tell me if it's too loud. I'm a White Man by our very own Fornol. So let's go ahead and get started swashing, and then we're going to get into our first stories today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start off with rockets, emojis, and swashbuckling celebration 007s for white well-being, who is in service to white well-being, as the name would imply, a new creator, of course, of the video that you may have seen over the course of this week. I'm going to be showing more great works by this champion in service to white well-being. We'll take a peek at that video a little bit later in the gathering. God bless you, sir. Thank you so very much. And really, I want you to get out your quadruple 07s, 007s, 007s, raucous emojis, exploding emojis for the one and only Promethean Healing, who just this past week, in testimony to the magnificent success of the work we do here in service to white well-being, changing the lexicon being used across Western civilization in multiple languages that our glorious Western kind of created, financially gifted 1,000 white well-being dollars. Let's give it up. Let's give it up for Promethean Healing, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, sir. Big celebration for that champion. Let's also continue the celebration for the one and only Fornol. The ad that we created for Fornol reached epic proportions, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you the ad. We reached a great many people with this ad right here. It was up to 160,502 views over there on Gab. The ad that I posted there for the great Fornol and his song I'm a White Man, a CTR that finally landed on 0.69, many times over what a company would endeavor to do. 0.35 is what's considered great and target. So let's give it up for the glorious swash. Let's get out the swashbuckling flags in raucous emoji style for the great Fornol, and let's keep it going the entire time for Promethean Healing's $1,000 financial gift from that champion. God bless him. Fornol kicking ass on Twitter. And I want to add one of the things he shared the other day, which he said he got from somewhere else. He said, they think race is a social construct, but society and culture are racial constructs. Magnificent job. Fornol is everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to come up again in these swashbuckling celebratory moments. So make sure you continue to celebrate for the one and only Fornol and the magnificent Herculean job he's doing in service to white well-being. Mestizo Carve. Let's give it up for the great Mestizo Carve, who has stepped it up big time. He said he would because Oliver Anthony was wussing out. He was pussing out. Mestizo Carve said he couldn't take it anymore. He was stepping up his service to white well-being. God bless this champion. Great to see you out there in the weeds, in the trenches, brother. The great Lunder from Down Under this past week. Magnificent. $40 investment in advertising over on Twitter, promoting his tweet about the stream we were doing, and brought in a bunch of new people, which is a magnificent thing to do. First of all, big 07s and glorious raucous emojis for Lunder from Down Under for all the work he does in service to white well-being. And this not least, bringing a bunch of people in when we have discovered yet again, or proved, I should say yet again, that YouTube shuts us down almost 100%, 99% censorship from YouTube. Lunder went out there and said he was going to make it happen. He also, and I celebrated specifically personally to Lunder, reached out to me and got me on track to be able to do the same thing on Twitter. And now I am fighting with Twitter to get the right to be able to promote tweets and run ads and etc. Right now, they're saying no to yours truly. We'll see if they change their mind about that. Big thank you. Raucous emojis, exploding emojis, 95, swashing it up, ladies and gentlemen, for these champions. Over there on Twitter, I keep saying his name every week because he keeps doing amazing things. Shannon Oliver, knocking it out of the park, home run style. We also have knocking it out of the park, Nocturnia, Homeless Bear, one of Western kind, saluting all of you champions. I keep seeing you come up and doing amazing things, swashing it up out there in the world so that this lexicon reaches our brothers and sisters wherever they are, including in audience to one Oliver Anthony who has lost his mind, or maybe he never had it. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll take a look. We'll peek into it. Let's also give it up for Biospirit of the West, who is not only your leader of the outreach team, but he is also out there endlessly promoting other people's work, clicking the likes on other people's work, and tweeting himself. God bless Biospirit of the West, and organizing these champions in the outreach team, Team White Wellbeing, the community that we wield here that is changing the world. In just a moment, we're going to wrap up the swashbuckling announcements, and we're going to begin with a review of Amala and what she has to say about woke and wokeism and wokies. And why do we keep calling them wokies when it's so done? In the first seconds of this video, you're going to love it. In the first seconds, she proves yours truly and the institution for which she works, she proves me 100% correct. Stay tuned. You're going to find out how, because you're going to need this information to liberate yourself, to liberate your family, to liberate your children, to liberate them all, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. We're going to continue with this. We're going to highlight some of the YouTube comment champions over this past week, because we've got a lot of people in the comment sections that are truly doing things that are worthy of celebration. We got Cool Papa J Magic. He is the daily magnificent all-star in service to white well-being in the comments on YouTube, really rocking it. No white guilt clips. No shocker there, is in there, master of the early comments, timing his words just right to get the highest number of upvotes. And we're finding our comments from our actors in service to white well-being hitting the top again and again and again, getting the attention of the content creators, and in turn getting them to use the lexicon. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the battleground where we win the war to recapture our destiny. Baron White is also rocking it with perfect placements and lexical usage. Magnificent job, Baron White. Of course it would be. There are some others, ladies and gentlemen, as well. We're going to keep 95ing it like crazy for these champions. Franklinator, Azimuth Clark, Elaine Sabatino, Medinger Deutschland as well, giving them up. 95s, ladies and gentlemen, 07s, celebratory emojis. These are just a few of the OT champions taking top comment placements of influential content creator channels on YouTube. A big salute from yours truly to every single one of you out there who are really changing the world in service to white well-being. Biospirit of the West himself wants you to know, do you want to be a part of Team White Wellbeing? Join us. You'll find the links down below in the description. You can too be somebody who changes the world in service to white well-being and the recapture of our destiny. Celebrating Franklin some more, ladies and gentlemen, because it never ends. Talking about Amala, he was over there again, absolutely normalizing. I want you to pay attention to how magnificently Franklin inserts the lexicon into normal conversation in a way that it cannot be denied or resisted. Let's listen right now.
So up in arms about somebody who's barely in the film is crazy.
Franklin says, I agree with what Maggie said. Even the white erasure aside, Zegler has a nasty narcissistic personality that will make people not want to see the movie.
Notice their faces. Nothing unusual from them. They're not shocked. They're not horrified. The lexicon drops and the response is completely normal.
I've watched a few of her interviews where I'm just like, it just seems like not.
It's so amazing. Give it up for the Franklinator and another amazing job he's doing in service to white well-being. God bless you, good brother Franklinator, making it happen. And let's go ahead and have a look. Wrapping up the swashbuckling this Sunday, we have games, ladies and gentlemen. We got game, of course. You know that is true. But we got games as well. So you don't want to miss out on these. Of course, 4Null has created the Go Free the Game. And you can find that on nowhiteguilt.org. We'll share it a little bit later in the regular announcements if you don't know what it is and where to find it. He's also working on that game for Dave That is called Grimurth. So keep your eyes peeled for that. And you can find that at the bizarre BIZAR chives CHIVES.com. We also, of course, have Anders, who has made the board game called Blood and Thunder. And we will share that a little bit later as well. You can find that at ramtide.itch.io/blood-and-thunder, Blood and Thunder. And ladies and gentlemen, the newest of them all is Dino Storm's game that he made, and it is called Westman. What a glorious name. And in short here, it says Westman is a vampire survivor tower offense prototype game where you play as the Westman and you fight hordes of spiteful mutants. Andre's music, the glorious Andre, the composer, one of the greatest of our time, is featured in the trailer. You can play in the web browser if you're like me and a little bit concerned about downloading the entire file. We'll have a quick look, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, brand new in service to the recapture of our destiny, the video game Westman.
Are you ready? Start the conquest. Westman!
That seems cool as hell. And we will be back in 10 seconds. All right, a little bit later today in the regular announcements, we will play the longer trailer, which tells you much more about Dino Storm's game, and we'll introduce you to everything that you should know about gaming, white positivity in gaming, and get you started on board games, on video games, and looking forward to that. We got a video, Amala, we're going to be going over here in just a moment. How are you all doing today? It's glorious to see you all showing up on a wonderful Sunday to come together for our gathering. If you're new, we're welcome to you. That first part of the gathering on Sundays, we celebrate the good work that people are doing. And you say, well, what is the good work? What is it that people do that everybody celebrates? We have concepts in service to white well-being by way of the Go Free method, which is a practice, a very easy thing to learn, that when you use these concepts in your thinking, when you use them in their conversation, you change the story that we live our lives in. And when you do that, you put yourself as an author, as the hero in our story, forcing the anti-whites to fall into the position of the villain. And then they have to argue why it is good to harm white people rather than argue why it is good to help non-white people by hurting white people. You see the difference there? If you don't worry about it. You'll figure it out eventually. And if not, you only need to know how to flip the light switch to use the electricity. The same thing holds here as well. The concepts are loaded. The anti-whites do it all the time. And we're going to talk about one right here, right away, with a review of Unwoke by Amala. Let me go ahead and pull that up. When the anti-whites coin words for you, concepts for you to use, they do it to your detriment. You must never give them the names of their taking, and you must never take the names of their giving. That's one of our meme curatives. It's just like it's an affirmation, if you will, that you can repeatedly say to yourself so that you don't end up going wrong. Never give them the names of their taking. Never take the names of their giving. The reason why is that is how psychological warfare operates. The most powerful weapon in the entire world is psychological warfare. It's not nukes. It's not bioweapons. It's not chemical weapons. It's psychological warfare. And the reason for that is that it is ideas that animate the animal, the human animal. The human animal gets up. Would you believe we have a soul or not? And I do. We are in the bodies of animals. The human animal is motivated by the ideas inside of its head. And if you control those ideas, you control its behavior. That is why it is the most powerful. Stop looking at 5G. Stop for thought control. Stop looking at all of these other crazy conspiracy theories. They have you under their thumb right now. And it's been that way for many generations. By controlling the concepts you use to understand yourself, this world, the story that you live your life in. You need to break free of that. That's why we call the practice Go Free. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Here we go. Have you all seen this video? Let's go ahead and get started. This is Unwoke Incorporated by PragerU, a conservative organization. We call, if you're new and you say, I'm a conservative, why do you keep saying cuck? I don't understand the connection. The reason why is because conservatives are abstractionists. And as abstract, that means they fight just for the ideas. And they think that the people don't matter at all. And they think that if they ignore the victimization of white people, the targeting of white people, which is what anti-whiteism is, the ideology that governs Western civilization, they think that if they ignore that, then they're somehow higher up on this yardstick of anti-white morality. Well, we're just race doesn't matter to us. Well, race doesn't have to matter to you to defend against the attack against white people, because I know very well that you white folk out there, especially who are conservatives, would object to the government and society targeting any non-white group. You would immediately say, don't do that to black people. Don't do that to Jewish people. You would immediately do it. So stop being a cowardly cuck and say the same when it comes to white people. In fact, it is us, whites, that are the target of the totality of the West. And the other races of people, the other religions out there, are collateral damage. They suffer as a consequence of us being attacked, vilified, demonized. Western norms, which are our norms, white people's norms, being white erased, they suffer as a consequence of those norms being erased too. But it is totally immoral and illogical to ignore the flesh and blood that created the ideas and to sacrifice that flesh and blood on the altar of the ideas that would not exist if it weren't for the flesh and the blood that created them. You will see in the very first couple of seconds of this video, we're not going to go through the whole thing. I think it's 17 minutes. Maybe watch up to, and we'll speed it up, watch up to it's already sped up, to the maybe 10-minute mark. But you'll see everything that I argue in service to white well-being about how these concepts work, about the psychological warfare and how it operates right up front. And then they will continue to backfill proof to everything that I have said throughout the totality, at least what I've seen, to 9 minutes or so.
The first time I heard woke, I thought it was something positive.
Okay. So this is Amala, and she's being paid big money by PragerU to go to the world and in this video and explain how the anti-whites, from a conservative position, how the anti-whites have manipulated her and them and the rest of us. Now, what did I just say about the power of concepts? They are going to take for themselves names and their concepts, names that in your head, your more powerful part of your brain called the subconscious, where all of your memories are, where there is an incessant talking, an incessant dialogue taking place. They're going to use those positive concepts and words in your subconscious mind, which governs the majority of your life. They're going to use that to their advantage. So right away, Amala is saying the first time she heard woke, she thought it was something positive. Well, of course, because what does the word woke, awake, mean in your lived experience? So this is why the anti-whites are able to do things like get you to call militaristic anti-white rape gangs, to get you to call them grooming gangs, because in your lived experience, grooming is a good thing. It's a positive thing. It has been seeded in your subconscious mind as a positive thing. As a consequence, there's no real backlash. You don't wonder where the energy is. The government doesn't have to worry about chasing you down. The government doesn't have to worry about keeping lists on people that could oppose anti-white militaristic rape gangs. They don't have to worry about that because they know that they've neutered you by getting you to identify this horrific anti-white act with something positive in your brain. I've been explaining this for decades now. I yelled in the faces of conservatives with wonderful degrees who thought themselves terribly intelligent academic peacocks who could never get it. And they want to use things like replacement. What is your lived experience with that word? It doesn't matter that consciously you can say, in this case, replacement means something other than good. It doesn't matter that you can say that because your subconscious mind will keep chugging along with the real lived experience definition. And you therefore will not be able to act. You will be neutered. This is what goes out to the masses. This is what they need in order to be gelded. It is why we give them something different to empower them. So the first time she heard woke, it meant something positive. You want me to tell you the rest of what she's saying that's in the subtext there? That every time she says woke, it's something positive. Every time. It doesn't matter if she says woke is Marxist or woke is communist or woke. It won't matter. Do you know why? Can you forget to drive a car? Can you forget to ride a bicycle? You cannot forget the positive connotation of woke. And it will color everything you do and say as a consequence with regard to the concept.
You know, that you were awake to what was happening.
Awake to what's happening versus asleep versus having your eyes covered. Think of all of the connotations to being asleep, unconscious. It means things to you like complacency. Like you're smug, you're fine with your situation, you don't care what others are suffering. This is what it means to you. This is why the anti-whites can fill the streets with blood-curdling screaming and energy, and they're ready to sacrifice their lives, putting them down in front of cars, and you're saying, well, why don't we do the same thing? Well, because you are feeling asleep, unconscious, unwoke. Because you are feeling, therefore, smug. You are, therefore, feeling inconsiderate. And these are not the things that motivate you to righteous indignation. The opposite, of course, the rage for people who do not care. And that's what's in the minds of anti-whites. They're thinking these people are unconscious. They are smug. They are complacent. They don't care about the suffering of others. What bastards. Now you get to see why the anti-whites are so fanatical, why they're screaming, why they win so many contests with people who are otherwise in the right objectively.
And that you were fighting the white male capitalist who had the...
And make sure you note that right there, too. Fighting the white male. If you're woke, you're awake to things that are going on, and you're fighting the white male. Note how they won't talk about this doctrine that they're going to call wokeism as anti-whiteism by its real name, even though you're fighting the white male. That's something really to focus on and ask the question, why? Why don't you want us focusing and defending where they are attacking us? You can defend the totality of the Great Wall, but if you don't defend the breach where the victimizer is pouring in to your body politic and extinguishing you from existence, if you don't defend right there, you will lose. You can talk about all these abstractions, the high rampart abstractions that surround us. But if you don't defend where they attack, you lose. And that's why for generation after generation, we have been losing our destiny.
The whole world set up for himself. What was... The first time I heard woke, I thought it was something positive. You know, that you were awake to what was happening and that you were fighting the white male capitalist who had the whole world set up for himself.
Let me point out as well, she said when she heard woke, this is what she concluded. You're fighting the white male capitalist who has the world set up for the benefit of white people. When Oliver Anthony talks about the rich men north of Richmond without saying that they are anti-white, they could be white anti-white, non-white anti-white, without saying that they're white anti-white, what is the de facto meaning for the population? White males in charge for the benefit of white people, specifically white males.
And you were going to be the activist who brought the whole system down.
Okay, so you were going to, when she heard it, you're going to be the activist that brings down the system of white people. She just said at the very beginning of the PragerU video that when she heard woke, it meant awake. It meant you were conscious of the suffering. You were conscious of the evil white male who set up society for the benefit of white people, and that you were going to bring it down. So why is it that PragerU and all these other cuck conservative bitches then don't talk about the fact that the war is on white men and white people in general? Why is it that they want to say the war is on, the contest is on, the victimization is on our ideas? This is their own girl that they put as a hood ornament on the front of conservatism. Why is that? You can go to all these different conservative entities. Not a single one will talk about anti-white, anti-whiteism. And they damn well know that the entire edifice of our societies across the West targets the white race. So why are these people misleading you? This is what I've always wondered. I've talked to anti-whites. I've argued with anti-whites. I've listened to what they have to say. At no point do they ever say, even like the most rabid feminist, which is a subset of anti-whiteism, doesn't have arguments in the absence of victimizing Western kind and Western civilization. Not a single time. In every case, they bring forward the anti-white moral imperative, retributive justice against white people. Every single time the feminist comes out and says, and the economist that comes out that opposes capitalism or opposes the systems as we have them set up across the West, economic structures across the West, every single time they come out, they want to talk about the family. Every single time they come out, they want to talk about society and societal interaction and what group might be not doing as well as another group. And they want to help this group over here, that group over there. Every single time they couch it in the framework of anti-whiteism. Just as Amala is honestly saying, the question is, why is it those who run PragerU and elsewhere, why is it that they want to distract you from the reality? And what happens, I'll just mention again, what happens when people who might be good in their heart, Oliver Anthony types, come out and they want to talk about the Richmond north of Richmond without saying the attack is on Western kind, white people, Westman. The de facto understanding in the population, which is where it matters, is wealthy white men who established Western civilization and continues to establish and perpetuates Western civilization to harm non-white people for the benefit of white people. So you can't come out and say, oh, this is just for everyone. You can't, because when you say it's for everyone, you still have the anti-white narratives. Villain. Now you wonder why. There are so many thousands and thousands of non-white content creators and white content creators that all appear to be anti-white at first blush, who are happy to endorse Oliver Anthony, because in their heads, those rich men north of Richmond are not anti-whites. They're white men running civilization to defraud and punish and victimize non-white people. You're going to come together, conservatives out there. If you're a good conservative out there, a good patriot, a good nationalist, you're going to come together with people that want to victimize your fucking race. If you're white, you're going to come together with people who want to this is inescapable. It is inescapable in their very own video. It is inescapable. You watch. If for one iota of a scintilla of moment in any of those circles, these multiracial, we're coming together against those rich men north of Richmond, you say that you're going to put an end to the victimization of white people and that it is despicable that this system targets white people in word, in deed, in outcome, in desire, in what they celebrate when they achieve those objectives. And you will see almost all a mass exodus of all these people, of all these different races, including white, whom you thought were your allies in this struggle. They are there to victimize you, your people. And unless you're anti-white enough, they're going to leave you high and dry.
I'm on interview take one.
My name is Amala Benobi. I live in LA and I work for PragerU. At this point in the 2020s, woke is everywhere. On billboards, in entertainment, in sports, on our clothes, in our schools, and in our businesses. And I kept wondering, how did this happen? We all feel it, and the feeling isn't a good one.
How did it happen? Now, of course, what they're going to do, and I've already watched this beginning part, what they're going to do is they're going to tie this to, and it's so tired. It's so tiring. It's so prosaic. This has been the argument that they've been using for generations, and they just keep bringing people in to a non-starter endeavor, a non-starter movement, a non-starter ideology that loses generation after generation. It's the Marxists. Let us explain to you. It's so very deep. We're going to bring forward some really effete guys, and they're going to have academic backgrounds, and then they're going to tell you about how this stems from Marxism. And since they couldn't rally the economic lower classes against the upper classes because the lower classes were doing better, they decided to make it racial, and so they're going to call it whatever the anti-whites want it to be called. They'll even say that using this name woke is something new. These conservative leaders, they dance like monkeys on the ends of ropes for the anti-whites. That is no leader or content creator worth a dime's worth of your time.
As someone who was once on the far left, I worry that wokeism is ripping our country apart. At PragerU, we have a slogan: don't just complain, do something. So I began asking questions. Where did wokeism come from?
Don't just complain, do something. That is what we're actually doing. We are the people. And if you're interested in participating, in the description below, you'll see a number of contacts for GFC, Going Free Club leaders. You'll see a contact for Biospirit of the West if you want to be part of the outreach team, the OT. We are the people who are actually changing. We're not complaining. What do they actually do in these conservative circles? They just doom document. They're about to doom document. At no point in the first 10 minutes of this video, and maybe I'll finish watching it elsewhere, is there like a genuine call to action. This is what to something that works. Conservatives, they're very known for letter writing campaigns to Congress people and this sort of nonsense. That's not action. Standing out on a street corner with a sign that says end wokeism empowers the anti-whites, because you're giving them the name of their taking. And then to show what a bitch you are when they decide not to use wokeism anymore, you'll say, yes, sir, ma'am, yes, it. What do you want to be called now? Oh, cherubs of heaven? Okay, I totally object to the cherubs of heaven. That's how dumb these people are.
Is woke here to stay? And are there alternatives to wokeism? So began what would become a journey across the United States.
All their alternatives to wokeism. And this is the lamest, most airheaded construction. Pathetic. It's actually, my guts just knotted up in cringe so hard they getting spilled out of my body.
United States to try to find those.
I now have Crohn's disease. my guts have cringed up so hard.
Answers. And perhaps, in finding those answers, we'll find a way to end wokeism once and for all.
And this is, and like they do with this Amala, she's an attractive young woman, mixed race, and that's what the conservatives want to do. They want to put in your face that resistance to anti-whiteism are non-white people. It's just endless. It's endless. And there are good non-white people who intentionally are objecting to anti-whiteism. They know what it is, and they say enough is enough. We have a bunch in this community. And there are good non-white people out there who don't quite know that it's anti-whiteism. Maybe they're still trapped in this nonsense of wokies. They're wokies. Just look out for the wokies. Maybe they're still trapped in that, but they're objecting to it because on various levels, they see that there's something wrong with it, that it's harming society. But this incessant cherry picking of non-white people to be your leaders, white man and white woman, is a problem for our reclamation of our destiny. Yeah, look at their screaming. Look at their, you see how the conservative content creators, and you see this in the more explicit white sympathetic sphere, that they complain about this, the radicalism of the like, where does it come from? Why are they so impassioned? Why will a woman drop down on her knees and scream her head off? I don't know, would she want to be a man or whatever she is or was? Scream her head off. Why aren't we so motivated? It's because of the difference in the anti-white ideology and what they provide to you to resist their ideology. They want something dispassionate from you. Dispassion, lack of emotion won't get you anywhere against people who are filled with righteous indignation. And you cannot be impassioned. You cannot be filled with righteous indignation to take down the wokies. This entirety from start to finish is psych warfare. And that's why you got to come on to the Go Free team. You need to put the Go Free practice in your life so that you can change your life for the better, so that you can be the hero in our story and then speak from a position of righteous indignation.
So much of the talk around woke seems to be just that, talk. At the end of the day, nothing will change if those of us who disagree with wokeism don't take action ourselves. But to understand what can be done about it, we need to understand the world in which it originated.
Okay, so that's always, I mean, how many times, honestly, how many times have you all heard that? When a conservative organization or explicit white sympathetic organization, when they want to say it, they want to give you a call to action. How do they do this? How do they say, oh, something's got to be done. We got to do it. But to do it, we've got to go back and research. We've got to tell you all about, and that's all it is. It's the doom documenting. It's the research we call doom dissecting. Let us go back in time and we'll entertain you with our stories of the past. No, that's not doing anything.
My first stop was to talk to the man who literally wrote the book Unwoke. Here we are in Columbus, Ohio. The first questions.
And what's important to understand as she approaches this house who wrote the book Unwoke is that most of these conservative leadership, content creators, etc., most of them are anti-white as all hell. They just dislike some aspects. It's like Stalinism and Leninism. They just dislike some aspects of anti-whiteism. They want to push back on some of the aspects. That's why they won't come out and say, this is about targeting the white race. Nothing could be more evident. The sad thing is that so many in the population, so many people need to have an authority figure with a bunch of money behind them and maybe some academic background to tell them that it's so, or they're just afraid to say it. They need singers like Oliver to tell them that it is so that they get the courage to be able to say it. Unfortunately, when somebody comes to them like myself or the great champions on Team White Wellbeing, when we come to them and we use reason, logic, and evidence to articulate these things, the vast majority of people across the West are too goddamn dumb to understand a superior position. They think it's just an opinion, and everybody's got an opinion, just like everybody's got an ass, and then they'll give their flaccid, useless garbage opinion back at us. And that's why we have to keep going out there and pushing and hitting it.
What is wokeism, and where did it come from? Hi, Vivek.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Meet Vivek Ramaswamy.
Oh, Ramaswamy. We need more and more non-white people put in your face to be the leader of the resistance to anti-whiteism.
He recently founded Strive Asset Management, an investment management firm that's challenging industry titans like BlackRock and Vanguard. He's doing it the old-fashioned way, focusing his investment decisions on excellence over politics. But before Strive,
So those entities would buy that out in 1 second if they wanted to. Challenging. Give me a break.
he founded a multi-billion-dollar biotech company called Roivant Sciences. They were literally working to cure cancer. Until, at the height of Black Lives Matter, his board and employees demanded Vivek speak out in full support of the organization and the movement.
Okay, so how do you get an entire board and company, for that matter, to all have a similar or identical position, social position? You do that by way of psych warfare. You understand the human animal. You provide it with its programming. You provide that programming by way of entertainment that the subconscious mind cannot determine is real or fake. And then that's what you live your life by, which is the great proof of that is that you had 60-some percent polled of Trump voters that felt that discrimination against Black people was a serious problem in America. There ain't no discrimination against Black people. There could not be more bending over backwards to celebrate and offer opportunities and give preferential treatment. But in entertainment, they've experienced that a great many times. And so that's how in the real world, then they end up saying, oh yeah, it's a big problem. I've seen it a lot. Not once in that real world. It's just like when you watch that horror movie about the monster in the woods, and then when you're walking by the woods, your senses are heightened and you're a little nervous about being there. Don't lie. You know it did happen to you. And this is the exact same way. That's how you get to the point where you have all of these different people having the same desire, the same anti-white desire, the same sort of deep antipathy for Western kind, for the desire to white erase it. And what happens when you have a principled person in Ramaswamy? What happens with him? Then he's like, okay, well, I guess I got to walk away from this.
And he couldn't do it with a clear conscience.
But I stepped down as
So he left the company that he created. Because of this experience, Vivek wrote a book you might have heard of called Wellbeing.
A totally useless tome. Totally useless. It is not a contest of ideas. It is a war on Western kind and Western civilization. If this clown isn't able to say that, no one should give him any time. No one. He can see it. And also point out that here he is, this principled person. It's all about like the principles. It's all about the abstractions. And yet somehow he creates a company that mutinies and that says, get the fuck out if you're not going to be anti-white with us. You cannot just say in hiring and promotion and etc. You cannot just say, oh, we'd rather you not be woke. What the fuck is that? You've got to say no anti-whites, no anti-whiteism.
Wrote a book called Woke Inc. I think a lot of people are going to hear that and go, what's woke?
Mhm.
So Vivek, what's woke?
Yeah, wokeness refers to
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear what wokeness is, because it's coming from the guy who's asleepness, who's unconsciousness.
being alert to
Okay, being alert to invisible.
invisible injustices.
Woke means being alert to invisible injustices. And you want to be opposite of that? No, not me. I am very alert to the injustices that are being done to Western kind. I'm not going to say I'm the opposite of that.
Perpetuated against disempowered classes of people, generally defined on genetically inherited characteristics like race, gender, and sexual orientation.
Okay, so What would be the defense from the cucks? Oh, well, that's how they define it, and you just defined it the same way. It is so amazing to watch people, even people that can participate in the creation of magnificent companies, that are not high IQ'd enough to understand this.
Basically borrows from the tropes of Marxism, which was this oppressor-oppressed narrative. But wokeism was not just Marxism, it was the merger of Marxism with identity politics. The idea that
the anti-white ideas were around, anti-whiteism, before
you are nothing more and nothing less than the genetic stock that you inherit on the day you're born.
Okay. And so conservatives then create a mass of selfish individuals. You're not a group. Your well-being is not achievable by way of the group's well-being. It needs to be like a hard and fast principle for you, if you're going to be in our community, that you are going to be this selfish individualist. In a world of collectives, individualism is suicide. That is why we have lost our destiny to the anti-whites.
So that's what you sort of refer to as the trend of modern wokeness.
Okay.
Now, this is a fringe philosophy. I mean, this was a theory from the halls of academia.
A fringe philosophy. There's nothing fringe about it. This is another toothless way that the cucks try to talk away the ideas of anti-whiteism. They say, well, they're so nutty. Nobody even liked them. I've heard cucks say this in arguments. Their ideas are just too crazy. Nobody really likes them. Are you blind? We're being absolutely obliterated with these ideas. They're everywhere. What do you mean people don't like them?
And it was a challenge to the system. It was an interesting set of ideas. Does it mean it was all coherent? No, not necessarily.
How could the ideas survive if they were just this obscure thing? Well, they were able to survive because the host population, the white people, primarily because that was the vast sweeping majority. In some countries, 100% white. In the United States, 90+% white, tolerated ideas that targeted our people. The anti-whiteism was already there. That inter-ethnic rivalries were already there. It benefited this group of whites against that group of whites. These selfish, individualistic whites against those white people over there. To tolerate this sort of garbage. The weakness is in Western kind. We have a void in us that gets filled by anti-whiteism. And it inevitably will until we take care of the void.
But it was interesting. It was provocative. It was a different way of looking at human relations. It was an interesting worldview in some classroom at some liberal arts university somewhere. Mm-hmm. But wokeness at some point moved from being about being a challenge to the system to becoming the system.
Yeah. That's kind of a big leap. It was an obscure fringe thing. Nobody cared for it. And then all of a sudden it was the system. All of a sudden. That's kind of a big jump, Wamaswamy. Why don't you tell us how that happened?
So to really understand the origin story of wokeism, you have to understand academia first. That's where it was born. It was born as an infant there. It became an adolescent somewhere else, but let's start with the infancy. That's where it began.
At the end of the day, the rise of wokeism wasn't an overnight phenomenon.
This is a reductionist view that there were thinkers at universities and that they created, and from that one spot, it bloomed out like this big effluvium, this big cloud of poisonous gas. Absolutely not. If you attempt to understand what happened there, and this is doom dissecting. Where did it come from? How did it? All of that's just a waste of your time. It's just for entertainment. It's edutainment is what they call it. That's all it is. It has no actual interpretive value for our situation today. The sources of anti-whiteism are multifarious. And ultimately, as I mentioned a moment ago, the only reason it can exist in us, in our body politic, is because there's a weakness or void in us that we have to address.
It's actually been in the works for years. So like many bad ideas, wokeism started in academia. But why? And why didn't
Archangel, who recommended this video to me. Thank you so much, good brother. He says, you're pointing out so many things that I missed when I first watched the video. Freedom Advocate says, I think Western kind have been too nice, and that is why we're in the situation today. It's not being nice. I mean, people can be nice when they're being tolerant. People can be nice, but in various scenarios relative to being self-effacing in various ways. But this primarily is a result of selfish individualist white people who saw anti-white ideology, who were already living anti-white ideology in their inter-ethnic rivalries with other white people, and using it successfully to enrich and empower themselves. They saw this contribution to anti-whiteism as another tool that they could use. And when it came to academia, for example, think about all of the manifold ways that the professors and deans and on could benefit from the introduction of such thinking. There were already intense rivalries. It's not like Western civilization existed in some sort of nirvanic state. And this is part of the reason why, a big part of the reason why so many white sympathetic people, whether they're implicit like conservatives or explicit, why they end up coming to erroneous conclusions. When you begin with the notion that Western kind, Western civilization was this nirvanic, flawless environment, and then you say, okay, then this thing showed up, you have an erroneous notion of the state we were in, of objective reality, and therefore every one of your conclusions are going to be erroneous, are going to be incorrect, with the exception of the very rare, aleatory moment when chance serves a deduction and it ends up being correct, the correct guess. It's the clock, the broken clock being right twice a day. But in everything else, it's going to be wrong. You have to start with, and that's why it's a painful thing for a lot of Westmen out there, to first come to grips with the reality that we already had the disease of anti-whiteism before non-white people showed up. We already had it. It didn't look exactly as it looks today. Nothing would ever look identical throughout time. It was born out of these inter-ethnic rivalries, factions, but in civil wars and etc. When we condemned those on the other side, the sons of our mothers, when we condemned them as genetically inferior, ugly, backward, stupid, etc., we condemned ourselves. We condemned our very progeny. We condemned our posterity because our posterity were white, just like the ones we condemned. And as you had globalism as defined for the moment as the ability to communicate increasingly globally at a greater and greater rate and travel globally at a greater and greater rate, as that blurred lines that had been very stark for the rest of human history, as that began to blur it, then it became very clear that the posterity here and there were the same group of people. And that is how anti-whiteism, today's version, affects all of us. So you had white people in Western civilization. You had bankers. You had politicians. You had educators from the top to the bottom who were selfish individualists. And this is probably a consequence of a genetic predisposition, in my opinion, to this selfish individualism. And those individuals sought to enrich themselves, increase their power. You're seeing it today on full display with Oliver Anthony, when it's all before him and he's making increasing number of statements that are increasingly bizarre. And you can see that they end up though, if you interpret it, you put that little decoder ring on it, you find, oh, it's going to benefit him more. It's going to increase his audience more. It's going to increase his dollar amount more. And then you even have people in Western civilization, even in the state that we are in today, to tell you how sick our people are with selfish individualism. You have people writing me saying, well, what's the problem with him enriching himself to the end of the world? Are you enriched? I mean, how could you look at the state that we're in, the state that our children are facing today and tomorrow and the next day, and still say, oh, it's a glorious, moral, wonderful thing for somebody today to just serve their selfish asses, to enrich themselves to the stars? I think it's selfish as all hell. I do not celebrate Oliver Anthony making himself scores of millions of dollars. That I have put my name and my face out there for my people, for the generations of white children that are even in the womb today. So yes, I can call on white people to say, stop being such a selfish bitch and do the right thing. So it is because of that selfishness that these ideas brought the ones you see today, brought in or created here across the West, were useful to selfish individualistic white people, and then they used them to empower themselves. When non-white people entered the equation, some of them did the same thing. So you cannot reduce this and then hope to come to any correct conclusion to, well, it just came from academia. It was in the very nature, in the very tapestry of the West. It already existed.
Didn't it stay in the ivory tower? How did this cancer infect every other area of society? I needed to talk to somebody who understood academia.
Yeah, interesting. PragerU, of course, has deals since they're anti-white to various degrees, in my opinion. They have deals with the anti-whites at YouTube so that they can call an entire ideology, and therefore all of the people that practice or hold the ideology, a cancer. I could not do that. It is an absolutely strikeable offense on YouTube to say that a people or the ideology is a disease.
And from a long-term, multifaceted perspective. And so I traveled to Washington, D.C. to talk to a visionary who did something many people consider to be impossible. He founded a new college that now rivals the Ivy League.
Except it doesn't.
This is Michael Ferris. He started Patrick Henry College, a classical liberal arts college just outside of Washington, D.C. In only 20 years of the college's existence, Patrick Henry graduates have become leaders in the highest halls of power, including Congress, Hollywood, and the White House.
And it cannot be perpetuated. Peoples are perpetuated, not ideas. And it is totally immoral to extinguish a people in the name of their ideas, their abstractions. You'll never see the Constitution survive in the bodies of other people the way that the Jewish community has survived in the bodies of other people living in other countries, year after year, decade after decade, century after century, millennium after millennium. The Constitution is not going to survive in the bodies of other people. Only peoples survive.
And this sort of cultural impact was by design. Ferris has been fighting wokeism before it was even called wokeism.
Oh, really? Before it was even called wokeism. So then why when they decided to give it the name woke or cherub from heaven, did you decide to use the words of their choosing for themselves?
And more importantly, he's been winning.
And I dare anyone to read my legal analysis.
Through Patrick Henry College, Mike is taking the battle against woke to the source by educating new generations of students in a rigorous and truth-focused education. Where do you think wokeness started? What's your theory there?
Where I was seeing it mostly was in the schools of education. They were teaching there is no truth.
Wait. This is the bright guy? I missed this the first time. He said it was started in schools of education.
Rigorous, truth-focused education. Where do you think wokeness started? What's your theory there?
Where I was seeing it mostly was in schools of education. They were teaching there is no truth, but what they meant is we're going to undermine the objective truth that you believe in.
Okay, so where do you have that argument? When an anti-white comes to you and says there is no truth, what are they attacking? This idea of truth that exists in the ether and kind of just floats around. It kind of just floating. It's kind of like a laid back. It sits by the ocean with a margarita. It's like sipping the margarita, and it's like, hey, I'm notion of truth, trying to hook up with ladies. Is that where it is? What notion of truth did they go after? Our notion of truth. Western notion of truth. They came to white erase our notion of truth, which means evidence, which etc. We could go on and on. So it was, as this guy's saying, an attack to white erase our projection onto reality. But you say, Jason, other races and other maybe even Martians have a notion of truth. I don't give a shit. That is totally immaterial. What is material is where this attack intersects. And where does it intersect? Does it intersect with the Japanese notion of truth? Does it intersect with the Martian notion of truth? It intersects with our notion of truth. And in fact, if you're being honest, you'll see that when they were questioning and therefore attacking the notion of truth in the West, they weren't attacking the notion of truth elsewhere in the world or on Mars. So what was an attack on? Was it an attack on the notion of truth, my conservative brothers and sisters out there? Or was it an attack on Westman's notion of truth? Our ideas of truth, which now, as we can see, truth and what go together? Justice. Now there is no more truth and justice. It's been white erased. So our customs, our norms about truth and justice, our expectations for how a deliberation regarding these things and submitting to the evidence should turn out, its outcome, now all that's been white erased. Now we see that there is no truth and justice in the West anymore. That it's just about who has the power. And it's just about now anti-whites victimizing white people whenever they get an opportunity with the truth and justice. What is the new definition? What would a content creator tell you? Well, they say, well, now it's their definition. Now it's like a fluid. Now it's well, what does that mean? It means, in every case, victimizing white people, white erasing our norms. I hope this is getting through to the few people that were able to get in here with the anti-whites full court press of preventing me and the message from reaching our brothers and sisters.
And pretend that all truth is relative. And we're going to follow that up eventually.
So that was an argument. What did the conservative leaders do? By the way, I wanted to mention this. They decided to have a debate with the anti-whites, which, since they don't name them properly as anti-white, they give them the names of their taking. Right back then, they had a very different name than they do today. They called themselves liberals for a long time, and the conservative leaders would call them that. So instead of calling them anti-white, they decided, call them what they want, and now let's have a debate about what is truth. Who are the philosophers that spoke on truth? And as you can see, this spirals out into absolute futility. Nothing good can come from those kind of arguments. Nothing hard and fast. Meanwhile, truth and therefore justice get wiped away. And then conservative content creators and Aunt B down in Mayberry, they can just shake their head at the knitting circle that they've redefined, and then truth. And then they later adopt the new definition of truth from the anti-whites. because they just take whatever. If the opposition that's victimizing you says, call us this, bitch, and you're like, oh, yes, I will call you that. Then when next couple of years after they've defeated you in argument on this concept or that concept, well, then you just got to adopt the position on those concepts. And everybody has seen this. It's happening so fast now, it doesn't even take somebody with an average memory. Already you have content creators that are saying, well, if you want to be a transgender, as long as you're not talking to the 4-year-olds. No!
With our truth. And that idea is now we're going to jam our truth down your throat and you better kneel. You raise a generation that's told at the university that nobody can disagree with you. You take that attitude to campus, you think that's the way.
Okay. Is that the argument? That nobody can disagree with you? Let's say for a moment that was the argument. You see what a lying POS this guy is? Or maybe he's just IQ is not the same as mine. It's obviously lower. So is the conversation that's taking place that nobody can argue with you? Is that the conversation? Because if that's the conversation, then it would certainly apply to me as well. It would certainly apply to conservatives at university as well. But it doesn't, bitch, does it? Hey, I'm talking to you, buddy. Sit up straight in your chair. I know you're academic peacock, but I don't give a shit. We got to stop listening to you people. Sit up straight when I talk to you. It doesn't apply to us. It's only the anti-whites. Now they say, since they hold so many positions of power, so many nodes of power, now they say, on top of everything else, you're not allowed to disagree with us. So the problem there was anti-whiteism. That's the problem. You're not allowed to disagree with anti-whiteism. It's not that the problem is that you're just not allowed to disagree. And then the conservative content creators, what do? They walk around and say, oh, what kind of generations are we going to raise if we're not allowed to be disagreed with? What kind of generation? We're going to have nothing but snowflakies because you're not allowed to. You go to university and you learn you're not allowed to be disagreed with. What's that going to do to the country? Are you fucking serious? You brain dead bitches. Are you serious? How is that? How are you that far off without intending to be? It's not about raising the problem is not generations of people that are too delicate to be disagreed with. It's about anti-whiteism that can't be disagreed with, motherfucker. That's what it's about. Somebody's going to have to go through there with a broom of fire.
The whole world should be like, and that's what you do. That's the way you were trained. And you will not be a friend of truth. You will not be a friend of freedom. You're going to be a friend of repressing anybody who doesn't follow the party line. The tyranny that's in place.
And again, it's so disingenuous because when he says the party line, he is alluding to, like, what is truth? Should you be able to be disagreed with?
Today believes that the heart, soul, and mind of man belongs to government.
And they're showing people in the clips that have openly said white people are evil. The only place they question truth is Western norm of truth, a Westman's understanding of truth.
And that mantra has been taken up by big corporations and social media.
How is it taken up by big corporations? Because the people who have been infected by the ideas of anti-whiteism populate the big organizations. That's how. Are you going to look at Vivaswamy with this reductionist view? It's just like, well, just the people at the top are the ones who adopted the ideas, and everybody else inside, well, they're just yearning to push back against it. No. Vamaswamy had to run away from his own company that he started because the people that composed the organization were infected with these ideas, and they're infected with these ideas because content creators, Republican cucks in office, etc., have not identified the ideology for its real name behind the mask, anti-whiteism, and identified the real target, white people, Western civilization. Nothing could be more evident.
Media giants and so on. And that totalitarian impulse is the opposite of liberty or progressivism or.
Okay, and here this other thing. And then look what he said right there. That was very interesting. The totalitarian mindset is the opposite of liberty or progressivism. I think that was a self-own on this guy. Because as I said earlier, I think most conservative big organizations and big content, not all, there are great independent conservative content creators out there. Some of them know more, some of them know less, some of them have a higher IQ, some of them have a lower IQ. But you know what I'm saying. I think that the majority of these big ones are anti-whites. I think this guy identifies as a progressive, which is a name the anti-whites still give to themselves, and they used to give to themselves a little bit more often than they do today. See, they said, we're progressive, therefore you are regressive. And the cuck leadership said, okay. And they said, no, now we're awake and you are unconscious. Okay. Led around by their noses, because it couldn't be from any other orifice on the males. It's too small for that. Or appendage on the males, too small.
Or anything, any of the traditional meanings of those terms. Our country was a liberal democracy. We're fast becoming a totalitarian, bureaucratically run country.
Okay, it was. I'm not going to have the discussion about was it a democracy, was it a republic? All of that is a non-starter, total waste of time. The country, United States, was not anti-white. We can point to the absolute founding documents. We can use reason and logic where is warranted, and we can use the actual documents to point out that it was absolutely 100% not intended to white erase the founding stock of the country. That it was intended, in fact, to be for their inheritance. We can look at that. That's my opinion, of course. The ear is against the door. But we can look at those things. But the argument here on the deeper level that weakens you, that undermines you, is that they want you to argue for less government. They want you to argue for less and this broken up, this spread power out, spread it out. We need more power destroying anti-whiteism. We don't need ourselves broken into as many pieces as possible. Does that make sense? We don't need this absolute cacophony of bullshit, infighting, different interpretations, and etc. We need unity and power. That's what we need to steamroll the unity and power of anti-whiteism. And the only way it can be done is the way that we do it here, by providing people the tools that they need selfishly in their lives to argue for themselves, and then, without them knowing it, for their individual well-being by way of our group's well-being. And as those ideas spread to greater and greater circles, to better looks, to celebrity, to wealth, etc., then you have a whole host of things that come into opportunity that were just simply impossible before then. Totally impossible. If I were dictator, anti-whiteism would be done. If things were broken up into 10 trillion different local jurisdiction control ships, then anti-whiteism would merely just take everything back.
Not a democracy, not a republic.
We need to walk, we need to march, we need to shout.
Oh, so it's not going to be a democracy, it's not going to be a republic, because then it's over, bro. It's over. They dominate. You don't have a chance except at their good grace. If they say, well, you may operate, then you may. But you're not going to be able to operate at that level in this context without them deciding that it's acceptable for you to operate and acceptable for the way that you object to be able to object that way.
Transgender rights are one of the most important civil rights movements of our lifetime.
We can enact change in this country.
Enact change. What's that an attack on? What was already there? Who put it there? White people. I mean, God's sake.
So you teach a generation that truth is subjective and ever evolving. You brainwash them to accept no alternative view.
No. They did not teach that truth is subjective. They said that Western truth is subjective. It's not objective. There is no subjectivity to anti-white precepts. None whatsoever. That was a self-serving argument to attack, erode, and destroy our mores.
Viewpoints. It's the woke way or no way. And then you release them into every industry of our society.
Yes, it's the anti-white way or no way. And that's why we have to say it's the white positive way or no way. There's no deal making. There's no meeting the anti-white halfway or even 9/10 in our favor. It's obliteration for the anti-whites, obliteration for their ideas, imprisonment for anti-whites, for treason to this country and all over the West. Because in every case, it's an attack on the country. It's an attack on the people. And there are laws in every one of our countries for treason. And there are punishments that are meted for treason.
Society. Perhaps the most pernicious infiltration? The indoctrination tool for the masses. Entertainment. For years, everyday Americans have complained about woke Hollywood. But we're not here to complain. We want to create alternatives. So I decided to talk to a man who is doing just that, creating an alternative to Hollywood.
And what are the cucks doing with their creations, their alternatives to Hollywood? What are they doing? Well, they say, we're going to create entertainment without any politics, without any social. That's what they do. How is that going to compete? That's not going to compete, is what it's going to do. They're going to get whatever moments of anti-white entertainment that's going to infect them with an anti-white view of the world. And then from you, they get neutered nonsense.
And multiple other industries.
One type of woman gets to express her opinions and her views. That is not, oh my God.
Wait, that's not the man we're talking about.
And that's another creation. I heard that was an actor. And that's going to be the way of the future when it comes to YouTube. The majority are going to end up being content creators, are going to end up being actors that they cherry pick, and then they give the giant views to.
That is. Meet Jeremy Boring. Jeremy is the co-founder of a media and entertainment company called The Daily Wire. They push buttons, they tell the truth, and they're working every day to create both news and entertainment that is free from liberal bias.
In many ways, big media has become just...
And now she calls them liberal. It's just amazing. We like this Amala. She's over there responding and interacting with Franklin and others. We like this Amala. We need to keep her going in a direction where she's able to interact just like she fluently with the concepts that empower us and empower her audience. And it becomes increasingly difficult to speak in these terms that are clearly so crippled.
Just a propaganda arm of the left. And Daily Wire wanted to correct that.
Welcome back to the comments.
We produce written articles, news articles. We produce podcasts.
Right, left is within the anti-white narrative. We don't use it. It's an illusion. It's an absolute illusion. Don't bother using it. You only use it if you want to pace someone that you're trying to introduce the lexicon to.
Podcasts are the 5th largest podcast publisher in the world.
They've got huge money and they've got deals with anti-white institutions like YouTube.
Daily Wire, we've expanded into something we're calling Daily Wire Plus. And it's really a broader cultural entertainment play. We're making movies, we're making television shows, we're making kids entertainment, which I think is probably the most important fight we will ever take on.
They've also started making some pretty awesome products that offer an alternative to woke companies and other industries as well.
Jeremy's Razors is a consumer goods alternative to companies like Gillette and Harry's Razors, who have all publicly embraced the LGBT agenda. And not just the LGBT agenda. The radical gender theory being pushed on children.
Okay, so there it is right there. So there it is, already capitulating to the normalization of people and behavior that is obviously at odds with Western mores and norms.
Daily Wire Plus, 1 million plus paying subscribers right now. At Jeremy's Razors, we have sold over 100,000 razor subscriptions. I think all
essentially saying, as the chief cucks, we have made shit tons of money off of people who consider themselves conservative. And there you see another example of like Oliver. They're saying, oh no, it's not about victimizing. Think about this. If they came out and told the truth that the opposition is filled with nothing but antipathy for Western kinds, the whole push is to victimize white people, these folks believe that they would lose some of their audience and the dollars they get from them. So they're not about to lose any of those dollars. It's a business for them. They're making money. They're not going to turn it. You watch. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's a little unhinged to say humans, but they might start saying humans too. Their big focus has been, oh, no, it's just ideas. It's all about ideas. So all of you can come spend your money. You're all green to me, is what Jeremy Boring, I guess, would say. And here we are on the internet. Here I am doing this for decades against, I mean, if nothing else, if there was a guy out there pushing back of his own volition, dedicating his life to fighting this destruction of the West, United States, then these conservative, if they're looking for people to interview an interesting story, then wouldn't that be an interesting story? Well, this guy has been doing this, been so dedicated. Even if you don't totally agree with everything I'm saying, we're supposed to be like fighting against the same group. And that's setting aside all of our successes, the entire community, Team WWB. That's an even bigger story. But Boring's never reached out. None of these folks will reach out. None of them. Unless I convince their non-white audience that anti-whiteism harms them as collateral damage when it harms white people, and they are okay with that. They don't feel like, to some degree, I'm sure there's a percentage of non-white and white people, conservatives, that are also anti-white, and they're like, that's good, that's kind of good, but we just don't want X, Y, and Z from it. So they would end up leaving. But if I convinced a large enough percentage of those folks in the conservative audience, these people would start talking about it. Only then they might have me on. But no, they probably wouldn't, because then they would be in competition for the eyeballs of those people.
all of that is because the half of the country that up until now has been divided by nothing, they've had no alternatives whatsoever, are eager and hungry to engage with those alternatives when they're presented, especially if we're not exploiting them, if we're actually providing value to them. Then I think that there's an enormous opportunity to succeed.
Hollywood going woke is pretty easy to see coming. But what happened next, no one expected. Sports went woke.
I think we'll stop there and see what you all have to say. How, of course, did sports go woke? Well, are there human beings? Are there human beings? How did sports become anti-white? Are there human beings that have learned to be anti-white? They've lived in the anti-white narrative. And the people you see there kneeling on the ground, and the ones who are yet to kneel when the flag is flying as a hatred for Western kind, Western civilization, this country. If you were to ask them, well, are black people so wrongly put upon and suffering and exploited by the West? 100% of them would say yes, in my opinion. I mean, we see Trump voters, it was 60-some%. It's a big problem, big problem. And these are blacks making millions of dollars, having sex with untold number of white women, driving vehicles, using internet, living in a house, living castles, all because of the white race. There ain't no discrimination against non-white people in the West. None. They are living high on the hog. The only discrimination and persecution is against the white race and explicitly the white male. And a great example of it is that none dare say that the white male is being discriminated against. Even when you ask Amala herself, what happened when you first heard the word woke? Well, I thought it was a positive, and that it meant that we were awake to all the injustices and the suffering in the world, and that we were going to take down the white man. Jeremy, PragerU, everyone knows that the target is the white man. So stop being so disingenuous and start telling the truth. I'm going to see what y'all have to say in the live chat and elsewhere. See what you all got to say. Great to see everybody here today. And Freedom Advocate, run for president. I'll vote for you. Thanks. If anyone doubts that we lost our standards, take a good look at San Francisco. Anti-whites, the great Franklin is here, says anti-whites are the only victimizer to worry about. Exactly. Well said. Franklin was responding to someone. And I can only guess. I don't know exactly what it is, but we do not condemn innocent people. And when you say a group of people are guilty, you're saying all of the guilty ones and all of the innocent ones. We don't do that. That's despicable. Patrick Cash is here. Private Life. Samuski, first last, is with us. Machiavelli sucks. Southern Bloom, hello, sister. Nancy Drew, another sister. Private Life, hello. June is here. Hello, sister. JM. And we'll keep moving along. Peter's son is here. I would say the seeds of anti-whiteism were planted a long time ago, but it was not until the 60s that those seeds began to sprout. And now, well, what you saw, what you have defined as anti-whiteism, based on the time in which you were born and looked out at the world, that time in history is most relevant for that definition. But if you see anti-whiteism in its totality, you can go back much, much further. But yes, at that period in history, clearly what you're defining as anti-whiteism as you see it today was without question prominent and crushing the country, and was orchestrated not by just this upswell from the ground. That can only happen because you had because so many people had become animated, and because so many people in power already were also anti-white. You couldn't have one without the other. If there weren't anti-whites in power, then people out in the streets would have just been crushed. If there were anti-whites in power, but nobody in the street, then you couldn't have had the swell in the streets. And the fanaticism, as I explained earlier, where that comes from. Peter's son, JM. The Blood Banshee is here. Great to see you. Irish Nick, the hero. Wonderful to see you, brother. Claire, hello and welcome. Ivan the Hobble, pointing out the meme pathogens. Yizz is here, and we'll be talking with her a little bit. Great to see you, sister. Freedom says, not against individualism, but agree with you that it should not be at the expense of our people, so we must work collectively to end our victimization first. Yeah, without question. I believe that this individualistic nature in us is born out of our biospirit. So it's not going to go anywhere. We're not suddenly going to become like this monochromatic in thought, indeed, and your life doesn't like an anthill. That just couldn't happen to Westman. So we can put like full war on this selfish individualism and have no fear that it's going to go away. It's with us. We have to learn to control it in a world of collectives, because as we can see, you lose as individuals. And when you bring together, as I've been noting a lot recently, a bunch of people to resist our victimization, but they believe as a principle, selfish individualism, then you have an amalgamation that is divided and conquered by as many participants as are willing to be present. And so that's the ultimate divide and conquer. There's no chance in hell. The individual will immediately whip out their resume if that will serve their individualistic needs, or white flight to another part of town if that will serve their individualistic needs. That's why you don't see the anti-whites do that sort of thing as often. So we've got to deal with it. Hyperborean Dream is here. Wonderful to see you. White Girl, hello and welcome. Freedom says, make white women attractive again. Yeah, they're so gross. I mean, so many are. You look on online on different social media platforms, and it's like somewhere between rap and like a total prostitute in makeup and dress and etc. Samuski says, Jason, you make everyone around you a couple notches smarter, including me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Roger making a statement that is not universal for any group of people, that he says they've made complaining but there are arguments that are employed by anti-whites are moralized, intellectualized, and sentimentalized. And so if you only are going to, if you're going to narrow your vision specifically to one group of people and demonizing their innocent members as well, turning them against you as well, and all their resources and power as well, and it being immoral to condemn innocent people. If you're going to say that it's narrowed to that and just they just complain, it's just about complaints, then you come nowhere close to addressing the actual attack that is able to work against us, undermine us, because of a weakness, a series of weaknesses in us that create a void that lends itself to this sort of thing. That is what we have to address. Jay Bishop is here. Great to see you, sister. Amandy, is that what that is? Hello, sister. Montana Kid is here. Great to see you, brother. Yeah, Roger. The incessant the implication of Jay Spurgery is not welcome. We don't condemn people on the basis of their birth, because that condemns innocent people. Janice, hello, sister. If I hadn't said hello to you yet, I see you there. So there's another sister, Elaine Sabatino. Victorian time traveler is with us. Wonderful to see you, brother. And sister, Alex is here. Hello, hello. New college is vehemently anti-white, Jason. My friend is an alumnus, and the propaganda he gets in the mail is, quote, progressive, a.k.a. anti-white. Big time. We have over here on Cash App today. Let's get to it. The great Yizz, the unifier, financially gifting today. We'll pull this down and we'll get on to our next piece of info that we're going to cover. I guess we'll take a look at the Zulu. How does that sound? The Zulu on how white people are evil. Have some brains with your victory. But the white people are evil. Yizz the unifier over here, financially gifting $5. God bless you, sister. And she says, weekly folk tithe, Kip. Kip to you as well, sister. Keep it Promethean, keep it pristine, keep it positive. Ladies and gentlemen, 07s, 007s, Rogus emojis. Damn, I'm looking good over there on D Live as I look at the monitors over to my left, your right. Hello to everyone over there. Get out your Rogus emojis. Make some fireworks happen. Shake them up in your pocket. Maybe pour some methamphetamine down on top of them. Get them really going wild. And then break them loose for Dr. I. Financially gifting $50 here at the beginning of our Go Free gathering in service to white well-being. A testimonial of wonderful proportions, he says, with it, for the honor of all NWG champions. Very Slotzian of you, my brother. Very Slotzian. Great to see you. Thank you so very much for that, Dr. I. The only guy I'll let work on my eye, Dr. I. $50 financial gift. We have also Seamus over here. Proud and glorious activist in service to white well-being. Splendid gentleman, financially gifting 10 white well-being dollars to save the white babies. In fact, is that what he wrote? Oh, he actually wrote, save the white baby dollars. Awesome, brother. Thank you so much. Seamus, $10. Save the white baby dollars. And we have, oh boy, you could feel the power of the shamrock, couldn't you, ladies and gentlemen? It just, things turn greener outside and in your world. They got greener, and the four-leaf clovers leapt into view because Irish Neck has arrived with a glorious, let's make sure we're celebrating, keep it going with some 95s and crowns for their heads and gems for their feet. Irish Nick financially gifting 50 testimonial dollars to white well-being. Look at this champion making a statement to the world. And we're going to, in a little bit later today, we're going to send some prayers and some energy to a good lady over there in the UK who chose the wrong path. But Irish Nick chose the right path. 50 white well-being dollars. Thank you for your continuous work. Irish Nick with a shamrock. We love it, brother. God bless you from the once great state of Virginia. And we have rounding out the top over here for the moment, we have Brian financially gifting 15 white well-being dollars. Let's make white women beautiful again dollars. God bless you, Brian. I really appreciate it. And he says, for LFG. Brian, $15 financial gift. Thank you so much, good sir. If you haven't already, let people in your circles of influence know that this is the Going Free Gathering, that we are dissecting things in a way that can empower you and will, in a very selfish way, work to your benefit in your world. You will use these concepts as I'm using them here. You will just take them up by osmosis because I'm using them, or you can go a step further and begin a training with the practice. You can get the Go Free book on Amazon. You can also get it on nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. And when you get it from there, you get a signed copy from me. It takes a little bit longer, but you can do that. You can also get an audio version or a digital version over on Amazon as well. And you can begin your study of that workbook and begin to empower yourself. You'll use these concepts in your thinking as you learn them, and you'll find that you feel more powerful, that you feel more confident, that you begin to access abilities, strengths that you did not realize you had, or maybe had an inkling of a bit of an understanding. People report a great many things, and it makes perfect sense. There's nothing magical, or maybe you could refer to it as magic if you like, but there's nothing that is unlikely. There's nothing about the things that I'm saying that are spurious or untruthful. If you take a child and you teach that child that they are nothing, that they are thieves, that their people haven't created anything, that their people have stolen, that they are impregnated from existence, from the moment of their existence, with an evil seed, an evil germ inside of them, and that they should take a back seat, that they shouldn't have a voice, as you have done with white children for many generations now. And as each new generation comes along, it's cranked up even further. When you do that to a white child, there's no way they're going to be able to access their latent physical, mental, and spiritual abilities. You have to teach them to cure themselves of these ills, of these poisonous ideas. And when you do, you begin to various degrees to enable them to access actual abilities that have always been there for them. The same way that people who take like abused animals and they were tied up for their whole lives or never allowed, they teach them how to fly. They teach them how to run. They teach them, all of that was within them, but they couldn't do it. They never learned. And in fact, they thought it impossible, that it couldn't be. The same thing holds true for us. And if you doubt it, you just consider the same things being done to any non-white group of children. And you know damn well and good, you'll conclude that there's no way that an Asian child could grow up to be an Asian adult and access the full physical, mental, and spiritual potential latent in him or her if their entire childhood was taught what we are taught about white people. You absolutely know that they would fail to reach the marks, the abilities that they would have achieved in life. Let's take a look over here at Entropy. And in Entropy, we've got one financial gift. It's Spartan Lambda, financially gifting $5. God bless you. Thank you so very much, brother, for that $5 financial gift. And says over here, no white guilt. We know it's working, folks. Entropy is up and working because we just got a financial gift. Thank you so much, Spartan. On D Live, what are we looking at? We're looking at one diamond of cryptocurrency by Harisa. Is that what it is? One diamond. It says white. It says white ain't crime. That's right. It's no crime to be white. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate the diamond of cryptocurrency. God bless you. Thank you for that. Oops. Let me fix that. And we'll have a look over here on Odyssey. Hello to everybody on Odyssey today. And there we have Ash financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, Ash. I really appreciate it. Good brother. $10 financial gift. And he says, thanks, Jason. I'll take a look over here on the dashboard just in case. Okay, looks like we're okay. They weren't hiding anything from me over there on Odyssey today, folks. We're going to take a look at our next item, which is this very crazy. Let's see if we can pull this up. Very crazy Zulu anti-white. And her ideas about white people. And we're going to get to have another view. And I might throw another video in as well. What is destroying the West? What is it? Is it wokeism? Is it the wokies? Is it the progressives? Is it the liberals? Is it the cherubs, little cherub babies, innocent cherub babies from heaven? What else do they want to be called? Is it that? Or is it anti-whiteism? Like Amala herself acknowledged in the very first seconds of the video. that PragerU produced, and now has millions, I think, of views, or growing that direction. Is it that? Well, let's consult this person who clearly holds the same ideology. We'll see what she says. Is that it? Yeah, looks like it. All right. Let's make it full screen and have a look at this woman and what she has to say. Please let me know that you can hear her okay.
White supremacy is actually more destructive than misogyny, but it's the same thing.
Okay, so she's playing two people. She's having an argument. She's using one version of herself as a foil to argue her positions. So let's go back and see what the foil self says.
White supremacy is actually more destructive than misogyny.
Okay, so this is a very instructive moment for you, especially if you're a conservative person and you've not been introduced to the reality of anti-whiteism. You think it's just a bunch of ideas out there that compose the panoply of wokeism and attendant personalities. In fact, it's one ideology, and this anti-white herself, like many anti-whites, like Amala, who is not anti-white, but Amala, she just made clear in the video we watched at the very beginning, this woman will do the exact same thing. So stop. If you're a conservative person and you're getting nervous, stop being a coward. Stop turning your head to what's happening. Pay attention.
But it's the same thing. What?
Okay, so the white supremacy.
White supremacy is actually more destructive than misogyny.
And misogyny. The idea of this hatred of women. Of course, in the West, we have seen, in my opinion, and I think you will have the same opinion after you do your research, that women have received far better treatment in the West than they receive elsewhere. And they did not attain the power that they wield today by way of their efforts. These things were given to them by men. And if you don't believe that, just have a look around the world at women who try to take things away from men, and you see what happens. So this whole idea about this horrific treatment of women, it is the epitome of evil of treatment of women within Western civilization, was a part of anti-whiteism intended to white erase our norms and destroy our white families. And it did a splendid job doing so, because so many white women decided that they were going to become anti-whites in the vein of feminists to increase their selfish, remember, once again, we're going back to selfish individualism, their selfish desires. They weren't thinking about, what will this do to the white family? What will this do to the people that I need, the totality of Western kind? What will it do to them that I need for my well-being? Because if you take away from a woman the protection of Western civilization, the norms of our law and order, of expected behavior, etc., if you take all that away, it's a pretty scary, miserable place for a woman. It's kind of like a gang rapey kind of a place for women, isn't it? So let's continue.
But it's the same thing. What?
I think you're trying to say that racism is worse than sexism, but really it's all two sides of the same coin.
Okay. So here you have an anti-white, and this is the norm for anti-white. She's being honest here. She's saying that all of these, that what she's going to go through in a moment, is all this evil is a consequence of white people. And that's why it's all got to be attacked. And all white people who are not anti-white enough, in other words, attacking and destroying it as aggressively or more aggressively than non-white anti-whites attacking it, well, then they are target as well. What is it that gives white people the key there to escape being targeted. The selfish individualism that enables them to be anti-white enough for the moment.
So about 500 years ago, a group of white supremacists came up.
And this is actually, I guess, was this Shannon Oliver had tweeted this and said something about college? Is she a college student? Probably is. But this looks like something that, like at this level of intelligence, is something we did in junior high school. So we're talking about 11 to 13 years of age. this is very, very crude. Now, maybe she's got 150 IQ and she's made it this retardus because she believes her audience or knows her audience to be that retardus. Or maybe she's also as retardus as they are. I don't know. But this is really sort of a base, and not in a good way, interpretation, reductionist interpretation of society. And that is important for us to understand, because conservative leadership, a la the previous video, will make anti-whiteism, using a different name for it, into this extremely complex array of academic ideas. It's not the extremely complex array of academic ideas that motivates the anti-white in the street, at the lathe, at the water cooler, at your dinner table. That's not what's motivating them. What motivates them is a very simplistic reductionist understanding, because they either don't have the IQ, the memory to process and remember all of the different arguments and excuses, all the pretext, moralized, intellectualized, sentimentalized arguments to bring down, erode Western civilization and Western kind. Whatever it might be, they don't have the time because they're working and they have their lives to live, and maybe they're not sure whether they're male, female, alien, snail, who knows? They got a lot going on in their heads, or maybe very little going on in their heads, whatever it might be. It's a very simple view of the world. White people created everything that white people create is bad, and it ruined everything in the world that was Garden of Eden-esque before white people showed up. It's very simple, and you have to understand this to combat this. You cannot go about combating these extraordinarily complex excuses to victimize us, because those are just pretexts. And you can't get at the truth by discussing pretexts, can you? And so we've got to go to the heart of what the average person across the West actually thinks. This is what the average anti-white thinks.
With this system that we have now, we'll call this system level 0.
Okay, everything else is written down there. I don't know, maybe it was supposed to be like a teaching moment where she gets to like right on the board level 0. So the evil of the world. This is not some obscure thing. Level 0 is white supremacy, white people who are not anti-white enough. Who else just told you that in a conservative video? Amala. It was all about when she woke and became a wokie, it was all about being aware of the victimization of people as a consequence of this global system set up by white men for their benefit, and therefore the war was on white men. So you can see, we see it everywhere from anti-whites themselves. Now, I don't know what she calls herself, woke or progressive or whatever, but she's certainly not going to take the name anti-white. But if she will, God bless her. Let her do it. Let her say that she is anti-white, because the origin, the seminal moment of all evil on planet Earth is white people. Because who else practices white supremacy? It's only white people. Look at the anti-white narrative. It's only white people.
And then they cared about domination, control, and power.
So white people care about domination, control, and power. No other races do that. No other, everywhere on planet Earth. that white people have shown up. We have showed up where there were red tribes fighting each other, black tribes, yellow tribes, brown tribes, if you want to use the colors. Everywhere we went, that's what we showed up to. There was no people, no human being, no human group, in my opinion. Of course, I know the anti-whites, it's probably not many years away from teaching that the natural state of non-white people is no one is desiring control and power and domination. What's the truth? Every individual on planet Earth desires more control over his or her life. You multiply that by the totality. If you want a different outcome, you have to have a different species. Mankind, the individual, desires more control over our lives, over how much money we're going to make, over how much vacation we have, over how our partners are going to treat us, over every aspect, over how we're going to look, over how healthy we're going to be. We want more and more control. If a genie could come without any repercussion, without any negative repercussion, if a genie could come to you and give you wishes, you would take them. And each one of those wishes would be an expression of greater control over your life. This is what the human animal does. In fact, the animal kingdom does this. There is nothing that doesn't give a jot for its control or ability to eke an existence and safety out of its environment. But what anti-whiteism does is it attributes that natural inclination of all life to the white race. They are the ones that desire domination, control, and power. And so are you going to be able to have a discussion with this person? There's so many key points to talk about. If you're a conservative, are you going to be able to have a conversation with somebody who is living in the anti-white narrative? And you, by the way, are living in the anti-white narrative. And when she says, everywhere we look throughout history, white people show up, they dominate, and they exploit, they dig up the natural resources, and you have learned all of that too. And you're going to know that when you have gone and done any extra research out there into, other groups of people have done the same thing, that she's not going to know it. And she's also not going to care. So how powerful will those arguments be on her? Not at all. You have to understand her for where she's coming from. If you think that she's just been miseducated, you're never going to be able to understand. You're never going to be able to take the right steps. Now this person right here, you're probably never going to be able to convert to being white positive, let us say. But you could absolutely neutralize her. You could absolutely get her thinking about how she is victimizing people, and how that, even though if she might want to victimize, how that might be interpreted by others around her. Let her argue that white people should be victimized. That's an argument we would like her to have to make in public. And I contend that she is less likely to make that argument for fear that that argument would be a bridge too far in general population, especially a general white population, as opposed to arguing about how there has to be justice, retributive justice for non-white people. So let her make that argument instead.
We will call that level 1. And the way in which they maintain their domination, control, and power is via patriarchy, racism, capitalism, ableism, and a couple of other things.
She didn't have enough paper there for all of these isms that they've created to demonize us with. And those are their words. So you can't take them away from their author. Those words are the ring of Sauron. They made them to serve them. They created the context, this anti-white narrative that we live in which those concepts serve them. Where is this narrative? Where is it? And how do these concepts end up serving them? It's not floating around. It's not back at the beach with truth sipping on margaritas. It's in your audience's heads. In their heads, patriarchy, racism, etc., they have learned is something that white people do to harm non-white people. So if you take these concepts and you think, well, I'm just going to be snarky little mother and I'm going to turn it around and I'm going to say, they're the real racists. They're the real patriarchyists. What you've just done is you've looked a fool to your audience and you've immediately gotten them to think about their subconscious mind will begin spitting up to their conscious mind the countless examples of white people victimizing non-white people, of white people abusing non-white people. You're not going to bring them to a place that ends our victimization by doing that, are you? These are their concepts. And they've created a great many of these concepts. And yeah, a lot of them get created at universities, especially because there are so many people that are idle there and just able to think about anti-whiteism all day long. And so they are able to continue to work on purifying it, and the purification, the outcome that they're looking for at greater and greater purity is the manipulation and victimization of Western kind, physically, as well as the white erasure of our norms, the white erasure of our statues, the white erasure of our legacy, the white erasure of our the streets that we've named, the white erasure of it all. You don't lose sight of the fact that the reason that the physical white erasure of statues, of monuments, of whole periods in history, events in history, whole periods in history, can only take place today because in previous generations, they had convinced white people that these things weren't ours, that they were drawn into question, that the history wasn't true, that it was written just to serve us, and that in fact the real history was something else. They had convinced us that truth was subjective until now, when truth is objective. It's no longer subjective when we get to this point, that white supremacy is original sin, level 0. Truth is now objective. It's no longer her truth and my truth. So was it worthwhile, as these conservative bastards were telling you, to argue about the legitimacy of truth or the interpretation of truth, whether or not it's in someone's head or whether or not it was subjective to their lives, or whether was it worth arguing all that time only to lose to this now? Of course it was not worth it. They should have recognized, but they didn't have us. They should have recognized the conversation was never about the legitimacy of truth, as we were talking about an hour ago. The conversation about the legitimacy of truth was our truth, Western civilization's truth. What we said was true. And now, since what we said is true has been white erased, what they say is true is no longer subjective. What about whether or not you can be questioned? You could be questioned before. The anti-whites were in our faces all the time. You got to allow a multiplicity of views and discuss all these different things. Now, at university, they say you can't be questioned. Who can't be questioned? Just anybody? That folks can't be questioned, as I pointed out an hour ago? No. We're seeing the fruits of those ideas because the cucks getting lost. And now you have people like this in the West. And they're everywhere. You think she'll be able to get passionate? You think she'll be able to put a bullet in your head? You think she'll be able to show up at protests? You think she'll be able to dedicate her life to destroying you, white erasing us? Oh, yes. She believes that the germ of original sin is in your DNA. And she is a result of the conservative leadership losing. Now, she can't be questioned.
I'm probably forgetting right now, and we will call that level 2. And then underneath level 2, we have level 3, which are usually the things that we complain about. And we all familiar with these things, I hope.
Let's take a quick look at those. All right, I just want to see a couple.
3, which
we see the
are
sexism.
usually the things that we complain
which
about.
started out. Transphobia. See, all of this stuff will be, they just tack on more and more. And why do they tack on more and more? What are they doing? You should know by now, even if you're new. Because each one of these things is a tool to destroy Western civilization, to attack Western norms, our norms. It doesn't matter that anybody else thinks about it. It doesn't matter what they think about it on Mars. Where it intersects with our existence is where it matters for us. Because our lives are important. Our lives matter, not just abstractions.
And we all familiar
homophobia
with these,
all of these, greed, even
things.
Poverty, climate. Is that what it says? Climate crisis.
Hope.
So now perhaps you're beginning to see why we are so powerful. When you confront an anti-white and you're a conservative, patriot, nationalist, whatever, the anti-white brings this absolute quiver full of arrows, poison dart arrows, all of this and more to fire at you. And then you have to try to argue why greed isn't just in the West, and what a great country America is, and poverty in America or the UK or Canada or whatever, well, it's better than it is elsewhere. And you're losing the entire time. You know you're losing. We all know you're losing. And you grapple and you look ridiculous for things to say in response. Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's fine to be this other thing as long as it's not for 4-year-olds. You just lose the entire time. What can we do? Why is it so much more powerful to go free? We can take all of this filth. We recognize it all for pretext. Third time I'm mentioning it. For anti-whites to victimize us and attack Western civilization, which is our consequence of our culture, Western culture. We see it all. So we can say to her, I'm not going to argue with her about poverty. I'm not going to argue with her about mental ableism or physical ableism. Those are just attacks on my people. Those are just attacks on our norms. So I'm just going to identify her as an anti-white. Let her scramble with that.
So when we have discussions such as pets over people, but casual racism isn't a big deal.
What the hell is that? Oh my God. What? Sorry. It's just, I don't know if you can see, it's just like it's her eyes, nose, and lips. Oh, it's kind of self-parodic. Let me back it up a bit. See what she says.
Questions such as pets over people, but casual racism isn't a big deal.
Pets of a people? Pets, people, but casual racism isn't a big deal. I don't know what that even means. So she's using herself still as a foil, a really weird self. Like this little thing looks like it could, fly out of a prostitute's naughty bits. Or maybe it looks like a prostitute's naughty bits.
Casual racism isn't a big deal. We need Black liberation, but keep the gays away from me.
All right. So what is she doing there? So what she's saying is these are arguments within the body of anti-whites, because like maybe we're looking at when it comes to conservatives, you have people who are anti-white, but they don't like all of anti-whiteism. And the proof of being anti-white is they won't acknowledge What they know is fact, that the attack is on Western kind and Western civilization. Instead, they want to make it about anything else and try to use those arguments to forestall or stop or stymie the parts of anti-whiteism that they don't like. This anti-white is telling you right now, she's using as a foil arguments about within the body of anti-whites that some might make, saying that, well, that they need Black liberation, but they don't want, they didn't want homosexuality. Is that what she said? I don't see it written there. And what she's going to say is it's all white people. So we have to be unified against it. That's what obviously she's going to be saying.
Racism doesn't exist. I'm poor and I'm white. We're actually just slowing ourselves down because we're all victims of the same system. But some of us,
that was clear,
can be hit by different sides of level 2, hence intersectionality.
Okay, so different parts are victimized. Different people are victimized differently by the white race and Western civilization. And so you need to recognize that we're all being victimized by the same white race, by the same Western civilization. That's the argument. And this is the important one to understand, because this is the anti-white at the dinner table, the lathe, the water cooler, everywhere you soccer practice, everywhere you go. This is going to be their tier of understanding.
Yeah, but if it wasn't for the colonizers that made this white supremacist world, we wouldn't be civilized. We'd be running around naked in huts somewhere. So that's actually a colonizer conversation.
Now that's an argument that focuses on other peoples, and there's no use in making it. She says a white, actually a colonizer conversation, which I'm not going to get into. Therefore, I'm not even going to remind you about.
Which I'm not going to get into. Therefore, I'm not going to even remind you about the Mali Empire, which had a university with a library that had.
So you can't debate them within the anti-white narrative about historical facts, because just like the anti-white blacks were shouting "Go Wakanda" on their ass, Wakanda will be a real place in 10 years. It'll be talked about at universities, and there'll be documentaries on TV. They'll be saying that it was a real place. There was actually, and now that I'm thinking about it, and this is not what I do anymore, not what I recommend, is to know all the data, know all the facts, and go at people with that, because it just loses. I did it, and it just loses. You don't convince anybody. But in Afrocentrism, there was an argument that Black people used to be able to fly. And of course, it's my opinion. You'll have to go and read it for yourself. But back in, I guess, maybe 2 decades or so ago, they were teaching, some were teaching, maybe they were teaching, look into it for yourself, that there were flying vehicles that Black people had created, but there were also Black people that could just take off into the sky and fly. And when white people showed up, they killed them all off. So that kind of thing will be taught as mainstream knowledge. Wakanda was real. So you can't debate these people on history. You're not going to be able to be a historical revisionist. Forget about it.
Over 700,000 manuscripts. The Kingdom of Kush in South Sudan. And how do you forget about Egypt? Egyptians were white, though. Okay, let's put in our critical thinking caps. Do you really think that in 3000 BC, people that were in this part of the world were white?
Do you really think that in 2023, white people could live in hot places? I mean, how could they do that? How could they do that? I mean, does she think air conditioning that we invented always existed, or that existed only in modern times? It wasn't long ago. I mean, we invented air conditioning, cooling not that long ago, comparatively. We were living in all the tropical, arid, etc. environments, and not going to get into the data that about genetics and pharaohs and all of that sort of nonsense, because it can be, it's just historical. It could be a historical fact. It could be historical fiction. None of it matters for us putting it into the victimization of white people today. All of that is for another day. All of that is for white people to go and research and then be able to speak the truth when the truth, as ascertained by white people, is found. There's nothing you can do, pardon me, today about that. All that we can do today is provide people with the language, and where we are in our positions today, provide people with the language that enables us to recapture our destiny more and more, so that we can then explore other subjects, other topics, etc.
Yeah, I know. I can't even spend more than 15 minutes outside without getting a sunburn, so that does make sense. And we probably would have been happier in huts. But either way, the current system doesn't
She said we probably would have been happier in huts. All right.
work. But if the system is so bad, how come we're using it? Because the people that made this system weren't smarter than anyone. They were just more violent.
Ah, I see. Oh, it was a TikTok, of course. Garbage. That needs to be banned in the United States. TikTok absolutely needs to be banned in the United States. So we can see that the entire anti-white narrative is reduced to a very simple: the germ of the white race is evil. That they're not smarter. They're not. We all just want to live in their countries, or maybe not all of them, of course, but many want to live in Western countries. They just point their feet this direction because they're so exploited and persecuted in the West. They're so discriminated against in the West. Lord knows that people just want to go where things are awful for them. We know the reality is different, which brings me to an important point when it comes to the conservative idea of everybody's going to come together. Everybody's just going to come together to object to the ipso facto white men that run the West, because if you're not identifying them as anti-white, then they are white for the benefit of white people, that they're all going to come together and want to burn down that system, a la Oliver Anthony style. The truth is that the vast majority of anti-whites, white and non-white, white when it comes to these victim groups, self-identified victim groups, and non-white anti-whites know the reality. They know they benefit from the system. That's why, in every case, for example, when they have any white genetic heritage, they always identify as non-white. That's why you see white people with no non-white heritage trying to identify as non-white, because the special privileges, preferential treatment, freedom from responsibility is everywhere. So all of these people, that conservative types like Oliver Anthony, and God bless him, I hope he is touched by one of our great activists, one or more, and he decides to go free of the nonsense and then carry that message to everybody. Those conservatives think that they're going to put together this mighty opposition to this system that's victimizing white people, and that they then are legitimized by the non-white people who participate, because as white people, they have no value. Their opinion doesn't matter. And that somehow, when they go against the system, these anti-white non-white people and white anti-white white people are going to also take down the system that benefits them. No, friends. If anything could ever happen as a consequence of such an infernal amalgamation, it would be an increase of anti-whiteism and victimization for people like Oliver Anthony. White, red-haired as he is, and blue-eyed. And 60 seconds. Be right back.
And your voice, don't ever back down. You're a breath of fresh air and what we need now. And when it comes to what a woman needs to be, look up in the mirror and you will see the epitome. I admire how you dress it up so modest. For beat the end man, I will always keep it honest. You know it is always and forever that I'll love you. I am just amazed at how I ended up with such a white pill. Oh my lady, let me take it. Woman, to the countryside and make it white pill. Feel how a woman should. White pill. Is it our nature green is good? White pill. Oh my lady, let me take it. Woman, to the countryside and make it white pill. Feel how a woman should. White pill. Woman, is it our nature green is good? White pill. You are my woman. White pill. White pill. You are my white pill. Woman. believe in love again. Cause I know a couple brothers in the struggle and she said takes a man like me to pick her up and get it in. So I had to introduce her to all my Prometheans. White pill woman, yeah, she brings a lot of hope. Wherever I will hold her, got a shoulder for the coat. No matter what they try to take away from me in life, I'll be on the run from all the guns lay next to her at night. She's white pill, oh my lady, let me take it. Woman, to the countryside and make it. White pill, feel how a woman should. White pill, woman, it's how nature creams good. White pill, oh my lady, let me take it. Woman, to the countryside and make it. White pill, feel how a woman should. White pill, woman, it's how nature creams good.
That is the one and only RC the Realist, a spectacular performer, getting better all the time in service to white well-being. And that's his newest song. Check it out. White Pill Woman. All right. So let us continue swiftly moving through. What are you all saying? What do you all have to say about that? Have we connected this well enough for everybody or not? We have, so far, we've watched the Unwoke with Amala. We have 2 articles. We're going to check in on Oliver Anthony to see how he's doing. But before we do that, why don't we have a look at Alex Jones and his new ailment here? Because his genetics are misfiring, and God knows what's going on. There he is. Okay, it's on. Now, this is Alex Jones with Blair White. And those out there who came after me for ever criticizing Alex Jones, it's time to apologize. It's really time to apologize. Take a look at this. This is him with Blair White. It's him talking.
There's a good person. You look like a woman. Blair White's done nothing wrong. Your bones look like a woman. We're very blessed to have you as an amazing, beautiful, smart person. My genetics says this is a woman. You're an articulate, amazing person, a beautiful person. The way God works mysterious ways, it creates beautiful things. It just shows you how God works in mysterious ways. I know this in my heart. You're a good person. You love the children. You're the perfect spokesperson. This is what they probably should have done over at Bud Light. But inherently, at a spiritual level, I realized that God's working through you, and it's an amazing thing. Blair's a good.
All right, don't you dare be an apologist for that filth. We have in the West, and I got to articulate this carefully. We have norms and standards that are established organically by way of our biospirit. It's part of it's the instinct. Why is it that different peoples have different cultural expression? It's instinct visited upon our environments. And we create standards. Those that hold true over time are the clearest representatives of our projections onto our environment. You can have aberrations over the course of time. You can have moments where a certain country and a certain people or whatever at a specific time, maybe even a part of a religion, where they take some of those principles, and selfish individuals in our community use certain ideas to enrich them and empower themselves. They crank them through the roof. But we can see a theme across our civilization, just like you can see in the civilizations of others, of what is most in accord with our instinct, our biospirit. So that means we have to have standards in our civilization for it to be Western. There have been, over the course of many generations now, the introduction of ideas that erode and destroy our norms and standards that are requisite to facilitate our civilization, our well-being, white well-being. One of those attacks is on something as foundational as what's a male and what's a female. Got to be kind of careful because the anti-whites are in charge talking about this. But the bottom line is, and this, I can really say without hesitation, is that white people and our norm across history, excluding the aberrations, have held certain principles to be the most important. The objective that we would all like to attain, that we would all like to be, that we think is optimal. And that's where we have to remain. At the same time, white people allow for each other to fall short of optimal. So we have to have, and there's a big difference between falling short of optimal, obviously, and being an aberration, being a destroying or acidic element within that system. So optimal is perfect health. Do we all have perfect health? Would it make sense to condemn those who don't have perfect health? I'm not talking here about a scenario that you can imagine where somebody just abuses themselves. You can have people born that have diseases already active, ailments already working on them, or that are going to make an appearance in a number of years. We don't do that. That's how we should treat each other when it comes to striving for what we believe to be optimal. Optimal for a man, optimal for a woman, optimal for a family, optimal for a community. And then where we all strive and recognize that these are the perfection. This is what we want. This is what we strive for, because that is what's important. What you strive for, what everybody is striving for, you set that up as a goal and a standard that we all move toward. Some of us on certain topics will reach optimal. Some of us will be perfectly healthy at different times in life. Some of us will be perfectly beautiful at different times in life. Some of us will be the best man or the best woman at different times in life. But no one will be able to have all of that for all time. So we recognize the humanity of it. And we say, you can fall short. Now, the problem over time has been when we say, when you fall short here, then you're out and you're going to be executed. Or you fall a little short over here, then you're out and you're going to be executed. Or you're just cast out of society. The reality is, that holds true, is what the broad sweeping norm for our people over time has been consistent for us. That's where we have to look. We set our standards of optimal behavior, optimal health, etc., optimal family, and then we move toward those and we give room for people to fall short. And that holds place in every area. There's a big difference between moving toward what's optimal and falling short, and those who are destructive elements, destructive agents in the system. So there is absolutely nothing copacetic, nothing pristine about, how can I phrase, redefining womanhood or manhood to mean something very different. There's no moving toward and falling short of. That is an attack at its absolute root. And so it has to be treated as such. It is totally intolerable. It is detrimental. There is no good that can come. There's no moment where somebody who is falling short of optimal in a destructive way to our society, or falling, distant from optimal, can be tolerated, because it initiates the erosion and the destruction of the entire edifice. These people are not almost there. They are the antithesis to optimal. That is impermissible. But that you see today in conservatism is being adopted, because that is a salient example of their belief that you can own the anti-whites by way of their being more moral on their anti-white moral yardstick. We accept all of your ideas of this for an adult, but just not for people under 4 years old, not for children under 4, not for children under 6 or whatever. And we even see North Carolina just passed a law that anti-whites are fired up about that said you can't teach a certain set of ideas to children under 6. They should have passed a law that said it's anti-white to talk about it at all, and it's illegal at all. That's what they should have said. That's going to be the only way to push back. As years go by, the conservatives will allow it to be younger and younger, and then they'll start talking about something else. So there you have it. Alex Jones, a perfect idiot, conservative, who wants to blame the erosion, the attack on Western civilization, Western kind, on anything else that he can think of. Which is not to say that there aren't groups, some of them ad hoc, some of them a little longer standing, of anti-whites that get together to talk about anti-whiteism. Of course there would be. That's what human beings do. But you could talk about those groups all day long, and you're talking about a symptom of anti-whiteism. You're talking about a consequence of the human condition. I'd rather have these groups of people getting together to talk about destroying anti-whiteism. I would be very happy with that. I'm sure Alex Jones and the rest of his conservative cohort would say, no, we don't want any groups powerful like that. No, I want anti-whiteism destroyed. I don't want it debated here and there, and some of it left and some of it not. No, I want it gone. It is the destruction of Western kind, Western civilization. It would be wonderful if these power groups decided to destroy anti-whiteism. Let them do it. Let's take a quick look, and then we're going to be getting to Yizz for her swash through. But let's take a look at a couple articles. Oh, God, I'm not even going to show that. Another video of an anti-white black female. She's not just black. She identifies as black, but she definitely looks at least half white, and genetically. And she's talking about how you got to keep your eye on the ball of destroying the white race. And meanwhile, on either side of her, videos are playing of anti-whites beating the life out of white children. So pretty sure that we would end up getting a strike if we tried that. So let's go ahead and pull this article up, and we'll see what's happening. This, the big heartbreak for me. Oliver, with all of this momentum and attention, and I just saw this article, or not an article, a video interview where Oliver is speaking with, I guess he was in North Carolina performing. Fox News went down and interviewed him. The interviewer said, your music is for the working class, and just, reducing it to an economic thing so that they can bring in all of these different anti-whites who would otherwise object to us objecting to the victimization of white people, and thinking, of course, that that's the direction that Oliver wants to go, just for the entire working class. What do you think he said? Do any of you have a guess? This was on Fox News. I'm not going to look for it right now. What do you think he said? Any guesses? He said it was for white people. No, of course he didn't. He said, no, it's not for the working class. It's for everyone around the world. Everyone. Not for the working class. He actually said not for blue. I think he said the phrase it not for blue collar America, but for everyone in the world. And to prove that it's for everyone in the world, he said something like, hell, I'm getting messages from people in countries I can't even pronounce. And then had a little laugh with a little drollery there, a little laugh with the reporter, because it's countries he can't even pronounce. So everyone for every economic level. And then he said, to sum it up, it's for humans. I mean, this has got to be a lusting after the man with the male with tits, Alex Jonesian follower. It's for the humans. I shit you not. Somebody can find that interview on Fox. For the humans, the entire planet of humans. That's who it's for. Not so. In other words, it wasn't. We're going to bring Yizz on in a moment because she has to go to bed right now. So she's going to have a 5 or 10 minute swash through, talk about her article and her video. But not about white people's victimization. It's about everyone's victimization who's blue collar, which does what? It denies and downplays and trivializes our genuine suffering. It denies that this system targets Western kind and Western civilization. It trivializes our complaints. How immoral is that? But then he goes even further. It's not even for all of the races of the working class bracket in the United States. No, it's for all of the races of all economic brackets of the entire planet. That means what? It's for no one. You are saying nothing by saying it's for everyone. You are touching base with no one by saying it's for everyone. But I can go into more detail about it. We're going to bring Yizz forward for her epic swash through because she's got a great new article, and she did a story on one of her morning walks that was glorious. I love the video. Check it out over there on her YouTube channel, where she talks about Leeds and what happened with a handicapped child in Leeds. She's going to give you an overview of both the article and this video that she did. That's fantastic. The article is Why the Big Lie, PsyOps 101. And I believe she has, she has the link. So as soon as she shows up, we'll bring her forward to talk about it. It's really a repulsive thing. And I love her passion when she's talking about this, because you can really feel in that video. So make sure you check it out. You can really feel how angry she is. And it's a righteous indignation that you can have when you're talking about the victimization of people, our people. It's a righteous indignation that you cannot obtain when you're talking about abstractions. When you're just talking about a debate of ideas, you can't get furious over that. You can't get into the trenches and fight with people over abstractions. So, just to be clear, I sent it to your Twitter. Is it not there? Isn't that curious? We'll try that again. There we go. My fault. I sent it, but then nothing showed up on the timeline. So now she has it. We're going to have her passion. We're going to have her love for our people, our love for the victims of our people. We're going to have them. We're going to have that on display here. The one and only, ladies and gentlemen, for Swash through before bedtime, it's Yizz, the Unifier. There she is. How you doing, sister?
I'm doing just fine, and I apologize for not being on video, but it's
No
late
worries.
here, and I'm not in the study. It's also been 9 million degrees here, so
Oh my God.
I'm just wearing a tank top and look like crap because I had to do yard work today. But I appreciate you having me on. I spoke from the heart in this video, and I highly encourage everyone to watch it and share it. I'm sharing it in the chat right now. There's a story over in Leeds, and sadly, it's a pretty common tale in a lot of white countries right now, where white people who are not aware of just how bad anti-whiteism is, they think they can rely on law enforcement and the authorities to do the right thing, but they can't because the authorities do the anti-white thing, not the right thing. And so this story really made me angry. I shared my thoughts about it, but specifically why I thought you would want to boost it is I talk about the why of the officer that quote unquote took offense to an autistic child just pointing out. And just so you guys know, a woman had her autistic child taken from her, and well, I say child, she was like 15 or 16, a young adult, still legally a minor, who was autistic, taken from her, taken from the mother, because when she was a little inebriated and coming home, she said, "That officer looks like my lesbian Nana," pointing out that she had a family member, a grandmother, as we would say here, or grandma, who was homosexual, and just pointing out that someone looks like your family member who happens to be homosexual got this autistic young person arrested. And there is a heartbreaking video of not just the white lesbian officer, but a bunch of white men with her accosting the family and taking the daughter away. And that makes me so angry I want a Fed post. So I had to make a video about it. And so a big part of my video that I think you'd be proud of, Jason, is I do a breakdown of why does the woman act this way? And the woman in the case being the supposedly homosexual police officer.
Mm-hmm.
What led her to act that way? Why did she act that way? Why does she have the power to act flippantly and jealously? And you'll just be proud of the way that I framed it and how I talked about it. And everybody listening will too. It's a good video to share. It's got good emotional response because everyone hates seeing that kind of abuse to people. And so it's just a video I wanted to share. And if you want to play it, you can play it on like 1.5 speed or 1.25, and you can get through it in just a few minutes. It's not a real long video, but if you wanted to show it on here, that'd be fine. And I also wrote an article that took me about a month to get together. It's called, like you said earlier, it's called Why the Big Lie PsyOps 101. And I've had a lot of thoughts in the last year about how to explain to people that are into all of this that we're into, other content creators, journalists, people who are deeply into politics, how to explain to them why anti-whiteism and the ethnic erasure of white countries is so critical to everything that's going on with this global homogenization power play, the United States, all the big power players doing the things that they're doing to us. That's what started me writing this article, and it became what it became. And I think that you and everybody here in the white well-being community will appreciate how I worded and explained at the end how the anti-white stuff and the ethnic erasure of white people ties into this. And so if you'd like, I'd like to read a couple of blurbs from it.
Let's do it.
Just to sort of wet your whistle. Now, I shared the link already in the chat, and I will do it again just for you guys that might have missed it the first time. This is a link to my Substack. You can pay to subscribe to me there, but none of my content's behind a paywall on Substack. I don't like doing that. I don't plan on ever doing that with any of my content. If you want to support me financially, that's fine, but I'm not putting any of my words behind my content because I want it to reach as many people as possible. So towards the end of the article, I start wrapping things up. And let's see here. There's two things I wanted to read to you. Here we go. I call them oligarchs, and when appropriate, as is often the case, anti-white oligarchs. The oligarchs rule not by naked power, nor by divine right of kings. They decree their anti-white dogma from temples of social and financial enslavement. They rule us from synagogues of usury and ethnic erasure. Why the ethnic erasure? Why are both nationalism and our main religion in the West vilified by the establishment? Why are we lied to about the biological white erasure from mass migration, birth control, abortions, and state-enforced homosexuality? Why are taxes, why are tax codes, laws, and public institutions constructed to encode us with anti-white dogma? The anti-white narrative pushed by these anti-white oligarchs aligns with the necessary basics of all the other oligarchs. A healthy ethnic identity leads to independent communities, self-sufficient family clans, and insular religious communities who stay isolated from the psyops, public indoctrination, and public programs. These are anomalies that the empire of lies cannot tolerate because the oligarchs cannot control them via their only functioning mechanism, which is social control and propaganda that I outlined earlier in the article. This is why anti-whiteism and the technocracy of managerial oligarchs are one and the same. They have the same needs despite conflicting personal motivations. The end result is the same, white erasure. So I did a good job of laying out why and how we live in basically an empire of lies, and how the structure of all of the news and the bad stuff we're bombarded with, all the propaganda we're bombarded with from childhood, it doesn't matter, because one of the main problems I run into talking to other content creators and political pundits and journalists and people is they'll point to all these people, oh, well, they're white, or they're not anti-white or whatever, and these people have power. And I'm like, okay, well, the reason why this is all anti-white, it's all about white erasure and destroying the pillars of Western civilization, is because it doesn't matter the personal motivation of these rich, evil, controlling Machiavellian demons, these anti-white oligarchs. They don't care as long as their goals are achieved. And ethnic erasure and the destruction of the pillars of our civilization benefit all of them. That's why I am justified in calling them all anti-white. And so it's a pretty good article, and I think that you guys would, if you have friends that need persuading that are more of like the academic intellectual variety or are deeply into political theory, this is a good article to give them, to let them understand how and why anti-whiteism is at the core of all of this crap that we face. And I just wanted to share that with you guys and let you know.
God bless you. You are awesome, folks. That is an amazing video. You got to check it out. And maybe we'll play it here on Sundays, but if not, maybe during the week. But folks, head on over. Yizz is going to share her channel link. Head on over there and make sure you watch that video about what happened in Leeds. You really see her passion come out, and you're able, again, folks, to have this passion when you're talking about people being victimized, targeted for their birth, our people, our brothers and sisters. And then you have, so on one hand, you in the video, you have this emotional, righteous indignation articulated beautifully. And then you have a highbrow, intellectual paper article that you can go and read. So she's really doing a great service. We love you, Yizz. Tell folks where they can find you before you swash on out of here.
Well, thank you very much, Jason. I appreciate it. I just want to help. You know, like, I wasted a lot of years. I did things I'm not proud of, but I realized what was going on, and I want to make a difference and do something about it. And one of the things I can do is use my experience, my intellect, and my words to try to do something good for a change. And so for the last 5 or 6 years, I've been trying to do that. And about 3.5, 4 years ago, I discovered you in the Go Free method. And so that's what I've been up to since then. And hopefully you guys will enjoy my mainstream and main form of, I guess you could call it work. The way I make my money is I am a I'm an infotainer, as they say. Monday nights at 6 p.m. every week, I run a fun show called Discordant Dragons. And Discordant Dragons is a variety show where we cover 5 different news articles. Then we look at memes and funny videos and stuff. And I have a panel every week. And I create questions that make believe dragons that are curious about our world. They ask questions about the article. And it's me. Every Monday, I spend several hours looking through all the news and deciding what to put on and deciding what questions I want my dragons to ask, because I want to lead people towards having the correct kind of conversation about what's going on and tie it into the things that really matter and cut through all the BS that you'll get from other talk shows and other infotainment. So it's a really fun show. It's chill. It's a good time. I'm growing quickly over on Rumble, thanks to all you guys who helped me and share out my links on Rumble. I'll go ahead and drop that in the chat here. Please follow me on Rumble. And of course, Brant Danger shared my YouTube. Follow me there. And I shared my Substack. Follow me there. I'm doing my best to get out at least one quality article each month. And maybe once I get into the hang of writing, I'll start doing more than that. But right now, I'm only working about 3 or 4 days a week because I'm trying to life build at the same time. And remember, my streams, because we share memes, and we talk truth, these streams do not stay up on YouTube, but they do stay up on my Odyssey and on my Rumble. So follow me on Odyssey and Rumble, and you can get the whole catalog, the whole backlog. But every Monday night, you can catch me live on YouTube. And I also have 2 other stream series. One hasn't launched yet. It's going to be all about living in the age of the mind war and propaganda. So, of course, we'll be covering all the anti-white stuff and using the verbiage a lot with that. That hasn't started yet. And I also do a secondary stream called Fictional Convocation, where we talk about things in entertainment. Movies, video games, etc. What's good, what's bad, things that I really like, and why they're good or why they're bad. So you can find that. That doesn't stream at a set time. But I have shilled enough. Thank you for having me on. Thank you so much. I always love coming on to share the things I do with the community that has given me such peace and such personal conviction and power in making a difference. And I can't thank you enough for the method, and I can't thank this community enough for helping show me the way when I was lost in the dark. Thank you guys so much.
Amen to you, Yizz. We love you. Promethean hails, and folks will be back in 15 seconds, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Jason. Goodbye, everybody.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I guess you can hear me all right. We'll hop back onto this article in one moment. I'm going to take a look at your financial gifts and your questions in the live chat comments. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. Yizz is amazing. You want to be amazing like she is. Advocate says, like I said earlier, we have lowered our standards. And Alex Jones. Now, here's the way I want you to look at it, Freedom Advocate. Our standards have been white erased, not lowered. To lower standards makes it seem like standards are like some sort of universal thing that existed before us, will exist after us. It doesn't matter whether they will or that all standards are the same. And it doesn't matter whether or not they exist after us, if there is an after us. Our standards have been white erased. Now you have non-Western standards. Do you see how much more powerful that is? We have non-Western standards. And he says Alex Jones is a perfect example of someone who lacks our standards, Western standards. He has non-Western standards now. Fit and healthy at any age is here. Great to see you, brother. Iron Fist is here. Let me scroll through the champions. Going to take a look at your financial. Oh, my God. There he is. Dean Danger, Brent Danger. We'll have him on for a swash through as well to tell us how School of the West, that world is doing. Wonderful to see you, champion. Promethean Healing is here. Great to see you. Anna Speaks. Hello, sister. How are you? Check out Anna Speaks, ladies and gentlemen. She'll let you know on what platforms you can find her. The great Lunder from Down Under. If you were here earlier, you saw that we celebrated you. Sweetie and Melissa are both here. Hello, sisters, and welcome. And Samuski, I'm working for optimal at this time in my life. Amen, brother. And looks like Red Dog, hello and welcome. Tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell your frenemies that we're together here. People can show up and they can try to throw their arguments at me respectfully, and I will burn them down. Bob is here, and JC, great to see you both, brothers. And scrolling through. And Cool Papa J Magic, wonderful to see you, champ. A Rick as well, another hero. Is that Owl? Says Cool Papa J Magic is like Zorro. He's everywhere promoting. Damn right he is. Promoting no white guilt. He is a true champ. And thank you. Very Slotzian of you to celebrate him. Democrat Poop City. Yes, great to see you. Democrat Poop City. Owning anti-white goblins. I bet, he writes, Alex Jones has a crush on Blair. Oh, it's a crush, all right. I mean, he has a picture of a guy in a bikini on his wallpaper on his phone that he showed you. I mean, come on. The great biospirit of the West is in the chat. Now, I don't know if that picture is of the person called Blair White and whether or not that person wants to be identified as male or female. I just know that there was some sort of a guy in a bikini, I was told. Scott is here and says, Jason, I don't know if you mentioned it already, but why don't you arrange him to be on your show if you can? Perhaps there are some misunderstandings that need to be sorted out, sir. Scott, I guess you're talking about Oliver Anthony, and I would love to have him come on. I've reached out with several emails and in a couple places on threads of his, and so have other members of Team White Wellbeing and solo actors in service to white well-being of reaching out and trying to touch base. But it's looking like a really uphill climb because he has gone even beyond the conservative anti-white position of all the different races have to come together and religions and everything have to come together because that's what the oligarchs don't want. He's even gone beyond that. He has gone so far now as to say it's not even for blue-collar America. Multiracial blue-collar America. It's for the world. All economic levels. People are emailing him from countries he can't even pronounce. So clearly he wasn't talking, and it's disingenuous. And we can really break that down a bit as we kind of are throttling down to the final half of our gathering today. We can kind of break it down and talk about how really disingenuous it is, because his songs are definitely not speaking to the problems of the filthy rich, of the mega filthy rich, of the anti-white oligarchs. They have problems too. Not speaking to that, but his music is for all of them. What he's doing is for all of them. What kind of, and he talks also about his mental illness. What kind of neurosis or whatever it might be is at work that would take what we can clearly see is an expression of pain for people like him and the people like you, while talking about a conversation vilifying people abusing welfare and all this sort of stuff that really applies to a very specific set of individuals. And then to say, no, it's not for them. It's not for them based on race. It's not even for them based on their economic strata. It's for the world. I mean, what's he being, I mean, is he being misled? Is this some like instantly blooming megalomania? We would like to be able to get to him and share with him the lexicon that will empower him and could make him a folk legend if he can produce more hits like this. and end up really doing an infinite amount of good for our people to put an end to anti-whiteism, and therefore the good of all peoples who live in the West. That's the only way it's going to be done. You're not going to be able to help for all those white people out there who are conservatives and they just are too delicate to even hear somebody object to white people being victimized. And they will throw all their money and support and tears and hand wringing behind anything that objects to non-white people being harmed. Just know that this idea of this multiracial, populist resistance to the rich white men in DC is not going to benefit non-white people. The only thing that's actually going to benefit them is putting an end to the victimization of white people. This is the ideology that destroys everything. It's not one of many, it is the. So you got to name it. I'd love for him to be able, or to want to listen. I will happily speak to him. Won't charge him a dime. I do it free. If Jones sang and played the guitar, he'd be Oliver Anthony. So true. It's for the humans. Could you just imagine? What is his next? If this is now his mindset, it's for the humans of the world. Against who? Who are you against? What is the objection? Who are the people that are in DC if they're not humans? This is the same thing that used to drive me crazy years ago because of these Alex Jones infected folks. Irrespective of whatever little good or here or there, they would come up and they'd be like, no, it's against the humans. And how do you talk to something that stupid? Janice, thank you for pointing out to David to tag me as No White Guilt if he wants me to see what he's saying. So, David, if you're going to come in and you're going to question what we do here, then I am on the screen. I'm the guy you talk to. Tag me as No White Guilt. And don't just try to concern troll in the audience. Looks like Franklin pointing out to David that the white working class have it worse than anyone else. And that David just seems anti-white. He probably is. Nobody else is being victimized, David. No one. Only white people. And if you don't believe that is the case, all of your memories are from entertainment. Nat Quinn is here. Hello, sister. And so Stephanie. Hello, sister. E. Essington is here. Hello, brother. Green Lord. Hello and welcome. Melissa is saying that David is asking about why we are not satisfied with inclusivity. Is David asking why we're not satisfied with our victimization continuing? Yeah, we're not satisfied with being victimized. We're putting an end to our victimization. That's what we're doing. We object to our victimization. That should make sense to you. It should be pretty straightforward. You should be able to understand that. Lavish is here. Great to see you, sister. All right. Let's get to some of these financial gifts. Time Traveler says the first line of the song is selling my soul. Well, he certainly did sell his soul. Oh, good point. Simon JJ is here. Great to see you, good brother. Time Traveler goes on to say, it is sad because those lyrics really spoke to me. It really spoke to me too. It spoke to millions and millions of people. Living in the new world with an old soul. That's me. Yep. It spoke to millions and millions of people. And he could have done just an infinite amount of good. An infinite amount of good. If he had decided to punch back, and imagine him being able to say in another song, make it more explicit, you know, the anti-white attack on white people, whatever. You would really find out who your friends are and who aren't your friends. So you have these just hordes and hordes and hordes of anti-whites of all races, but a lot of non-white and specifically a lot of black anti-whites, or you would really find out whether they're anti-white or not, wouldn't you? Because if the black people who were reviewing him said, oh, no, I can't stand with him now. I can't object to white people being victimized. Well, then you hit the road. We know what you're all about. You know, you set, every group of people set a standard except for white people for friendship. And that's the standard we're going to set. You stand with us against anti-whiteism to end our victimization, our societal and legal victimization, or you're no friend of ours. End of conversation. They're going to talk. They will want to talk about things like mass incarceration, like doing the crime shouldn't cause you to have to do the time, like you're forced by white people. So they want you to talk about things that are white people's fault, that they want to blame white people for. Yeah. But you're not going to stand with me when I'm going to put an end to my victimization and not saying it's the caused by your people. Well, then why wouldn't you want to stand with me against the victimization of my people? You're no friend. No, it looks like Oliver Anthony would rather have them stick around so that they can imagine that the vilifier is white rich men. Yeah, it's real. It's terrible. It's gutting, I think, for it to play out like this. He has these marvelous, whatever you think of his, you know, his music playing, whatever it is, the tune and his voice. And it's not like he's some, you know, immaculate singer, but it's the sound, just the sound of his voice. He's a good singer. I'm not one to really judge. I'm saying as a layman, and people who are actual musicians and singers, they can give their 2 cents. As a layman, he doesn't seem like just an immaculate singer. He's a good singer, but the sound of his voice, the texture of it, and the sort of the simplicity of the music really speaks to people. And so it's an absolute crime, because what gave him that voice? What gave him that musical ability that he tapped into? It didn't come from the persecution of this non-white group or that non-white group. It came from his biospirit. It came from us. And like so many other times, he's just going to piss it away. Every time you turn away, it's a white person taking the gifts of intelligence, of looks, of talent, of song, of voice. They just take it and they use it for their personal enrichment. I mean, what is he going to say next? Is he going to say, well, no, my music is for the flora and fauna of planet Earth? What's next? I guess if they offer enough money, he'll say flora and fauna of planet Earth, except for those white elites that are ruining everything. Archangel saying his voice is mournful and sincere. Yes. Well said. Spike is here. It's nice to catch you live. I have to cut that Oliver guy some slack, at least till he watched a few of your streams. Yeah, I know, man. I wish I could talk to him. He's got people. He's 3 hours from me in the state of Virginia. He's down in central Virginia. If you look at a map of Virginia, just put a pin dead center. That's where he is. And I'd love to be able to talk to him and talk some sense into him before he goes further down this path. You can say the truth actually is that you benefit everyone if we defeat anti-whiteism. That's the actual truth. We can show you logically how you get to benefiting everyone by defeating anti-whiteism. Now, that means that a lot of anti-whites of all races are going to be very upset with you. They're not going to be reviewing you're not going to have a bunch of non-white anti-whites. And I saw there were tons of them. I even saw some white guys token up marijuana and crying and talking about how wonderful the song. I mean, maybe some of them are not going to review you and be happy with you. Oh, well, you are going to be forgotten in a moment with them. They're going to replace you with somebody from their community that will maybe be as good, maybe better, probably won't be as good, that will sing in a country western tone or bluegrass or whatever, their woes, specifically identifying their victimization. And then they'll forget about you. So you can make the actual case. You cannot make a case, the conservative case, logical or demonstrable, that everybody coming together against the white man, the de facto white man in charge, is going to benefit anyone. The benefit there is only to the anti-whites that you don't have to articulate because it's already happening. All plants but Edelweiss, Biospirit of the West. So true. Alpha's here. Hello and welcome. You once attempted to describe a type of guitar and drum combo that you want to hear someone create and a soundtrack for our resistance to anti-whiteism. Can you elaborate further? Maybe tonight. Yeah, but I'll definitely remember to speak to it. It's a great question. Okay, let us get to some of these comments, and we'll put our friend back up there. There he is. We're going to be talking about that in just a moment. We're going to breeze through that pretty quickly, and then we will move on to breezing through the other article, your comments, questions, the regular announcements. We're going to celebrate right now over here on Cash App, Asa. Thank you so much. Get out your raucous emojis. Crowns for her head and gems for her feet, ladies and gentlemen. And do that as well for the one and only First Last. These two heroes, crowns for their heads, gems for their feet. They came in together, ladies and gentlemen, glorious in their financial gifts here tonight. First up, we have Ace, financially gifting 75 Save the White Baby Dollars. The beautiful white baby dollars, crowns and gems and gems. Rain them down for these champions. Please, dear gentlemen and ladies, 95s for their souls. Ace, financially gifting $75 and saying with those $75 for Western kind. Amen to that. How would you like to hear the word Western kind turn up in an Oliver song? I would love for that to happen. I think it's going to be an uphill climb, my friends, but we'll continue trying. We have hope for Oliver. We have hope for him. Maybe I'll make a little video of a request just directed straight to him, that he get on board with going free and that we're here for him. We'll see. Maybe I'll do that. It's not a bad idea. Thank you so much, Ace, and continue, as I say, crowns for this man's head, gems strewn across the ground for his feet, 95s for the soul, ladies and gentlemen, because not only is he financially gifting today 100 white Wellbeing dollars, but at the close of last Sunday, he financially gifted $100 as well. Let's get out 07s, 007s, for our two champions in service to white Wellbeing. God bless the both of you. First, Last, and Ace showing up here. Marvelous. God bless. Gloriousness, the testimonials that are made by way of these financial gifts. You see working class people, people with families, people with many children, like Ace has many children with her wonderful husband, people with big families, people with many children, and they are showing up working class, blue collar. I know Oliver's not there for you, but I am. Blue collar folks, every minute of work is a difficult one because the government taxes the hell out of you. Your state, your province, your parish taxes the hell out of you. As Oliver was supposedly claiming for all of us, but now it's for the world. It's for the humans on planet Earth. We know, because I have been there, am there, and will continue to be there unless rich white people decide to show up and start financing the good work that we're doing. We're going to continue to be there. So we know it's a big thing. It's an enormous testimonial to step up with those hard-earned dollars, those repeatedly taxed dollars, to step up and say, this is how much I believe that this works. This is how much I see in my mind, in my life, in my relationships, in the relationships of others I see online, that this works. Exactly as Jason, as Team White Wellbeing, this wonderful community of going free activists are demonstrating. This is how much it works. That's what they say. That's why we celebrate, because it is an act in service to white well-being when you give such a testimonial. So God bless you both. Thank you so very much. We have a Scott, who I believe is also in the live chat, and we said hello to him. Thank you so much, Scott. Financially gifting $5 and saying, with those $5 for white well-being. I hope you all are taking away a great deal of empowerment from what we've been going over here today. I connect all these different pieces so that it's easy for you to then look out at the map and see how it applies to your world. You can take the same model and take it right to the conversations that's happening for you at work. You can dial it up. You can dial it back for you with your family and friends, for you with your neighbors. You can dial it up. You can dial it down for the individual, for the moment that you're speaking, maybe the first time, maybe the 10th time. And you can make a difference with these things at any point to reclaim our destiny. We have a $10 financial gift from a woman true of heart. I love Jesus Christ, coming in with $10 financially gifting and writing with those $10 for white well-being. Amen to that. Not to the harm of anybody else, not to the detriment of any other group. In fact, to their betterment, white well-being serves. Our well-being serves everyone's well-being in the West. Our well-being serves everyone's well-being in the world. How many wars do you think would be going on around the world in service to anti-white oligarchs if we controlled our destiny? Not one. How many of our men and their men would be dying? How many whole swaths of countries would be environmentally destroyed if we were in charge? Not one. Because we know that this earth is our home. We keep our home pristine. We keep our planet pristine. Not one. Only these rapacious anti-white oligarchs would do this to the planet from the West. Obviously, elsewhere, they would do the same thing. You find villainous people everywhere around the world. But they're going to give you lies and will debunk those lies every time. We have get out your 07s for stiff salutes, ladies and gentlemen. Some fireworks for this man. Fireworks. Brad C. has just come in with a $20 financial gift. God bless you, good sir. Wonderful seeing you. Always great seeing Brad C. get the gems and the crowns because he hit that $20 mark that we celebrate. A true champ. God bless you, man. Great to see you. We'll swivel back around here. We'll have a look. And we have, oh my gosh, keep your raucous emojis going. Keep the crowns falling. Keep dropping the crowns. Rain them crowns down. Sprout them gems for one and only Simon JJ. Because that champion has come in 0007s, ladies and gentlemen, for Simon JJ, 126. Save the white children dollars. That's what I want to see on Fox News from now on. Save the white children dollars. That's what I'm going to. Every time I got Fox playing in the background, there's only one group of humanity that gets together and puts their money together and gets up enough money to go out on television and advertise for their destitute. And it's Jews. And they are there all the time, telling everybody, what about our poor? Why aren't we there? There is more wealth in the hands of white people around planet Earth. Simon JJ stepping up 126. Save the white children dollars. And he says his message was sent previously, and it's over here on the chat, which is now the Tall Kevin chat. Simon JJ says, I've had a very busy week powering through fearful white friends and family, reminding them we have no white guilt. I'm constantly giving people go free booster shots. Amen to you, brother. That's what it takes. That's the kind of dedication it takes. Let Simon JJ's efforts propel you to do the same. You're not going to be able to just, sometimes you'll touch people once, they'll take something and they'll be able to grow. You won't have to talk to them again about it. The vast majority of the time, you're going to have to keep coming back. You'll keep dropping those concepts that they need, that they want to use. Keep helping them to power through the anti-whiteism in their world. This is what this guy's doing. Why would he financially gift $126 if it wasn't working? He's financially gifting that as a testimonial. He's saying in your face, I'm a working class person. This works. Here's the proof that it works. What else would somebody financially gift for? I'm not LARPing as any group from the past. I'm not talking about cravening away into the mountains and giving you excuses to be a coward too. I'm saying you've got to do things. And this is exactly what you're doing. This is how it works. And Simon JJ's over there doing it, and it's working. And he says, here's $126 worth of it's working proof. God bless you, brother. And thank you, everybody. Everybody who celebrates is better than everybody else. If you're still too shy to talk in the live chat or to talk in the threads afterward, then I want you to be cheering at home. I want you to be cheering at work. I want you to be cheering whenever you're listening to this live or in replay. But everybody who gets in there and celebrates is better than everybody else. And if you don't like that, then just be better than everybody else. Why is it? Because we have to celebrate each other or no one else will. We've got to celebrate great deeds. And we celebrate the promulgation of the concepts, the lexical dialectical power. We celebrate at the beginning of every Sunday gathering, the magnificent work that folks do in that wonderful promulgation across the internet and around planet Earth, a great white ring of roses, ladies and gentlemen. And we celebrate when people give financial testimonials here when we are going free, roll in or otherwise. Thank you, everybody who's celebrating. Real champions. We'll be able to look back for all time and know who the people were who were given everything, who put it all on the field, if you will. To use a bit of a sports analogy, left it all on the field, all on the mat, all on the court. Nothing, they're taking nothing in the tank back to the locker room. They're here to win this game. And that's all there is to it. God bless you. Over here on D Live, looks like we didn't miss anybody. A big hello to everybody who's over there. I see Fed. That's not Fed Ling. Did you change your name or is that somebody new? Oh, we have Board Troll financially gifting 2 lemons. Testimonially giving 2 lemons over here on D Live. Thank you so much. And on Odyssey, looks like we have a couple over here on Odyssey. We have one, I apologize. And that is from Humongous. Humongous financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, Humongous. And he says here, with those $10, fell short of optimal, took a spill on my motorcycle. Ouch. Made a commitment to healthy sobriety. Amen to that, man. Amen. Let's get him some applause for that. Healthy sobriety. On the mend with no white guilt. Here's a little something for saving a wretch like me. Oh, my God. Let's get some applause. Let's get some emojis for this man. Humongous over there. Struggling with sobriety. Got a new dedication to it. Took a spill on the motorcycle. On the mend. And he says, a little something for saving a wretch like me. right out of the song. God bless you, man. That really speaks to my heart. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let folks know about that. Let that be a testimonial. Make his decision to do the right thing for himself and therefore those around him as a consequence of going free. Let that testimonial and that bravery to speak that truth to the world be a tool that you can use when you're talking with friends, family, and strangers. Heroes are stepping up all the time, and they're finding that the heroism is in them. We're just giving you all, this is just the Go Free method is the keys to find what's already in you that our people have provided you with biospiritually throughout the ages. We give you the key that unlocks the chains that the anti-whites have wrapped around you. God bless you, man. Thank you very much for that. Over on Odyssey, that just turned the temperature up in here several degrees for me. Got to turn on the AC. Let's get over here and keep rolling as we're down to just under an hour. And we have Oliver Anthony says he's in no hurry to sign a deal. People in the industry give me blank stares when I brush off $8 million offers. Can you believe that? 8, I can. Viral sensation Oliver Anthony has spoken, or rather written at length, for the first time since his song Richmond North of Richmond became a nearly overnight national phenomenon, going into his circumstances and background and saying he has no intention of rushing into any record deal. Now, of course, that should not make you think that he's this real, like, I don't know, man of the people and he doesn't want any money or something like this. Of course he wants money. I want him to have money. I want him to put our people before his personal enrichment. But that's just me. That's what I decided to do with my life. But this is more likely the holdout for more money. Quote, people in the music industry give me a blank stares when I brush off $8 million offers, he wrote in a 730-word message posted to his Facebook account. I don't want 6 tour buses, 15 tractor trailers, and a jet. I don't want to play stadium shows. I don't want to be in the spotlight. He continued, I wrote the music I wrote because I was suffering with mental health and depression. I get that's the same thing, I guess. These songs have connected with millions of people on such a deep level because they're being sung by someone feeling the words in the very moment they were being sung. No editing, no agent, no bullshit, just some idiot and his guitar, the style of music that we should have never gotten away from in the first place. And then this is the great value to him for the rest of his life, is that he is seen as totally organic and real. That is his rep now. That's his reputation now. I have been spending decades to establish my reputation, decades, that is easily attacked and smeared by scum from all corners of the internet, working what feels like countless hours. And he's done it with one song. Everyone, millions and tens of millions of people will know that he's the real deal until their dying days. No matter what even comes out about him in the future. Anthony, who confirmed in the post that his legal name is Christopher Anthony Lunsford, struck a humble pose in assessing his own skills as a singer and musician, even as he alluded further to angry feelings about the state of America that have led the song to be embraced virtually wholesale by conservative politicians and commentators. So this is something that is very white, the self-deprecation. And it's something that you notice that they don't give white people credit for it. It's the kind of thing that you see very often in sports. Certainly you go back further in time, and it was very normal for white people to not have a really big celebration for achieving greatness, for achieving glory, for getting the touchdown. They just acted like, this is what I do. this is other groups of people, they don't behave that way. It's like other groups of people, they want to jump up and down and in this like very childish and shallow way bray on about it's them, they're the best, they're the best. But white people, a norm is to be self-deprecating and to say it's not that great. It's when people know it to be the opposite. And so this also, something that I don't believe has to be told to do, is natural for him, is going to also work in his favor. Again, that could be a wonderful thing if he's in service to white well-being, and an awful thing if he is in service to something that is either directly or indirectly or anti-white or anti-white light, like we get from conservative content creators. There's nothing special about me, Anthony wrote in the Facebook post. I'm not a good musician. I'm not a very good person. I've spent the last 5 years struggling with mental health and using alcohol to drown it. I am sad to see the world in the state it's in, with everyone fighting with each other. I have spent many nights feeling hopeless that the greatest country on earth is quickly fading away. And the sad thing is, and this is something we have to keep in mind when it comes to Oliver Anthony, is that he is saying he has mental illness. He is saying he has segregated himself largely from the world. What does that leave him susceptible to? Unctuous, facile-tongued, smarmy people who will show up and fast talk him into who knows what. And case in point, we see right on cue, John, that is named John Rich, shows up and interviewed by no friend of white well-being, John Rich, interviewed by the Tennessee Star. John Rich roasts the major labels for trying to sign Oliver Anthony. Quote, their greed is overriding their wokeness. Seriously, that's what he said. They're quoting him. Their greed is overriding their wokeness. So where is he getting his information from? What are the odds that he ends up getting his information that he's willing to share publicly from us? Pretty slim. And for those folks out there who are already saying, give Oliver Anthony a break, you got to let him make himself a millionaire and everything. No, I put myself out there. I expect at this dire time in our people's existence that he will do the same. I don't deny him any income, becoming a millionaire or whatever. He doesn't need to sell out to become a millionaire. Now it's clear. He can make more millions by being a sellout, but I'm not going to wait around until Oliver Anthony is 65 years old, listening to people give excuses for why I just need to chill out and wait a little longer. He'll finally let people know where his real heart lies. And then he gets into a car accident in a drunken stupor and dies. Not doing it. Anybody saying, just defending him and just give him whatever amount of time, just instead of saying, we understand that he is uneducated here, but there's no forgiveness. There's no, we're going to let this one pass. He's uneducated. He needs to get educated. We're here for them. And we're going to condemn him until he takes our help. Anybody saying, well, just let him do it. Everybody knows what he really feels, is an anti-white, selfish SOB. Selfish, individualistic SOB. We're not heeding any of that garbage. Too many of our brothers and sisters, they did that for Reagan. They did that for Bush. They did that for second Bush. They did that for how many other musicians, country music, rock music, metal music. Oh, this is what they really think. Everybody knows it, except then they end up doing radically anti-white things. No, I don't accept anymore the way they feel in private, because you're just guessing at that anyhow. They stand up for our people now, or they're condemned. Into that conversation. Viral sensation, Oliver Anthony has taken, and John Rich here is one of these vultures showing up on him. Has taken the music world by storm with his hit song, Richmond North of Richmond. The catchy tune has captivated listeners across the nation, skyrocketing Anthony to instant stardom. As one can imagine every major label and other various interested parties are desperately trying to contact Oliver Anthony to partner with him on his music. Let me get down to here is John Rich says, all the major record labels in Nashville are falling over themselves to lure Oliver Anthony. The irony is, if he would have been signed to a label when he wrote this song, none of us would have ever, all caps, heard it. His song fried their brains. Their greed is overriding their wokeness, Rich tweeted. Now, what do you think the difference is? Let's be serious here. Share your thoughts in the chat. What do you think the difference is between what Rich and his label that he's backing or owns or whatever it is would allow Oliver to produce versus some of the others, the other country music labels? Well, the other country music labels won't let Oliver say woke or wokeness or imply wokeism, but Rich will allow that. You can imply wokeism. You can sing about we're this multiracial group and you're black and brown and yellow and red brothers and everything else under the sun. And we're just all struggling here under the oppression of the Richmond north of Richmond, which I've said many times today on purpose. Inside the anti-white narrative is de facto white race. That's the only difference. So you're going to get gelded Oliver or gelded Oliver. Those are your options when it comes to these labels. Now, Oliver, with where he is right now, if we could get to him and if he could understand and adopt the Go Free method and decide to use the lexical and dialectical power that we wield, he's in a position right now to tell these moneyed people what he's going to do and to make that clear in contracts that he can do whatever he wants, write whatever he wants, and that they are still going to pay for concerts, shirts, or tour buses and advertising and everything else. He's in that position right now. But as soon as he signs with them, he loses it. Because the moment he signs, they're going to control. Either you can't allude to wokeism as the problem, or you can allude to wokeism as the problem. But you're never going to be able to say anti-whiteism. You're never going to be able to say the white man has it hard. The white man is the target of all of this. You're never going to be able to say those things. I mean, John Rich is self-parodic. This is like a Saturday Night Live skit making fun of conservatives. His song has fried their brains. Their greed is overriding their wokeness. In point of fact, is it? I mean, if anything, anti-white record labels, music labels, would want to buy him up so that he wouldn't say anything more that would be detrimental to anti-whiteism. Wouldn't they? Their greed, their desire for money would not be a motivator. Are you kidding? It would be a secondary or tertiary motivation. They want to buy up the talent so that it produces what they want. Just like you want to do, John Rich. Their wokeness. All right. Let us continue. We're going to jump quickly because I want to get to some things before we take calls. Announcements for White Wellbeing, ladies and gentlemen. We got his video. It's a little too long to show right now. I think maybe I will share it again. Well, maybe I could do, let's see. I could show you just a moment of it. And for White Wellbeing, new to the community, doing amazing things. Very proud of him and expect many more wonderful things to come. He made this video the other day, and it was very exciting to see. It was very inspiring. And here's a part of it. And he also then responded as it's a statement. And that's why I chose that name. Is because I wanted people using it as in our community as a statement. No white guilt. That is, no white guilt is the most revolutionary thing you can say in any Western country today. This is extremely inspiring. You'll feel great. He makes me look 10 times better than I actually am. And God bless him for doing that. That's Biospirit of the West and I. We both said, wow, this is really an inspirational video. We'll be playing it, and you'll be able to get to his channel shortly. I'll tell you exactly where to find it. And that is the Great for White Wellbeing. Also want to celebrate or announce, I guess, Dino Storm's video game Westman. You can play it in the browser, as I understand. If you're one of those folks that's a little bit leery of downloading, play it in the browser. And Fernell tells me that that's safe for gaming. And let me play the longer version of the trailer for Westman the game.
80. All of Western civilization is under attack by hordes of spiteful mutants. Defend the West from insects, anime fans, furries, journalists, and other hideous futuristic abominations. Level up your Westman, move your tropes, use eccentric weapons, protect your women's, and conquer the world in Westman. Try the prototype today at StudioDinostorm.com.
Very cool. Very cool. It's a prototype, and he's continuing to work on it. That's where you can find it. I'll be mentioning it again. That's Dino Storm. God bless you, man. Very cool. Game added to the games that we have produced here in service to white well-being. White positivity, folks, on the line for our reclamation of our people and destiny. We have, I want to mention also, let's see, Dr. Swain's book is available. I want to mention that again. Her new book is available on Amazon, and I believe I have that for you to take a quick look at. Where is it? I think it's there. And let's see if I can throw that up on the screen really quickly. There it is. The Adversity of Diversity. It is available, and you can find it. How real unity training can promote healing in a post-affirmative action world. So check it out on Amazon. And hopefully she'll come back, and we'll have a conversation with her about that book after I have an opportunity to look at it. You know, something else I wanted to point out today is it's an important thing to note, because I don't want this to happen anymore, okay? Somebody came into the white sympathetic sphere, explicit white sympathetic sphere, a couple of years ago. And let's see, do I have that out here anywhere? Yes, I do. They came into the white sympathetic sphere a couple of years ago. And this woman, she had a bright smile on her face, and she was kind of like a delphinium, the flower. They have like a stalk and a bunch of little flowers. I mean, she played music. It was very sweet. Her energy was very sweet, and she had moved away from the United Kingdom. And when she came back to the United Kingdom, she saw that it was just horribly afflicted with anti-whiteism. Before she left, because you're in the water, because she was there, she couldn't really see the anti-whiteism. But when she came back many years later, she was horrified to see what had happened to the United Kingdom. And she was presented at that time by coming back. She was curious. She wanted to know what was going on. How can she push back? And she was presented ultimately with two options in front of her, two paths to take. One path was with community of people who Jay Spurg, and some of whom Nazi LARP. And the other path that she was presented with was white positivity. And I remember Jared George and I, we had a couple conversations with her. We appeared on her show. She played these lovely little songs. She had a really clean, happy energy. And both Jared and I said, we had conversations, several, where we said, God, I hope she decides to be white positive. I hope she decides to come this direction and not imply that white negative things that get her accolades from J-Spurgs, that get her celebrated and applauded by J-Spurgs and Nazi LARPers and things like that, that are out there. They're out there in various groups, and and some groups lend themselves more so to, some groups are totality. A group in the United States that she has publicly supported is wholesale J-Spurging, Nazi LARPing, heiling and yelling Heil, and then the mustache man. And I said that this would work to her detriment. Ye's law. It always works to your detriment. And that she, since she's a female, and especially since she has this clean, happy energy, is an immediate target. She donned the clothing of the villain in the anti-white narrative, and so they immediately became aware of her. They immediately were able to target her as a consequence. She could have been white positive in these environments and repeatedly say, as I say here, and said when even in that company where J-Spurgs show up, where Nazi LARPers might show up, I say that I only condemn anti-white people. I don't condemn anybody on the basis of their birth. And I have no allegiance to any ideology of any other time, etc. She could have done that, but unfortunately, for any number of reasons, the support, her own thinking gone wrong, or the accolades and cheering of J-Spurgs of, oh yeah, say negative things about Jewish people, say some more negative things, and we'll imply some more negative things, and we'll celebrate you. We'll tell everybody how cool you are. You're just a base bitch. That sort of communal endorsement is seductive, especially for women. And so I don't know what combo it was and what could have been left out of the influencing factors, but she ended up going that direction. And as you all know, she ended up being targeted by the anti-whites and doxxed and ruined. And when I've spoken about her before, I've alluded to her and people figured out who I was talking about. They came after me. No, she's not. No, she's not. She's not ruined. This is the price you pay when you're going to do anything. No, it's not the price you pay. It's when you're going to do something for white people. It's the price you pay when you don the role of the antag in the anti-white narrative. That's the price you pay for it. You don't do anything for white people. You harm yourself. Ye's law. And so these people said to me, no, she's fine. It'll be fine. And nothing's going wrong. This is just, she's more based than you, all this kind of stuff. Well, Jody K decided to make a post on her Telegram the other day. And it's worth pointing out. I want your prayers and positive energy to go to Jody K because she has a tough life ahead of her. Being doxxed and connected with J-Spurging and Nazi LARPing is something that lives with you. It's something that's difficult to move away from. You would have to, there are some steps, but it's not something that you easily move away from and don't have continue by way of Ye's law to ruin you. Good morning, one and all, writes Jody. I've had a few reach out asking if I'm okay, as I've been quiet over these last few months. I even had someone ask if I had gone into early retirement. Last 3 years have literally turned my life upside down. Let me move down to the pertinent point that really is the fulcrum, that a catalyst for what really changed her life. So she says, moved back to UK, no longer recognizable. Then came the docs and the public hate fest and the vile, poisonous death wishes. How do you feel that a sprightly, happy little clean energy woman, a delphinium of a woman, how do you feel that she's going to take the death threats and death wishes? from anti-whites. How do you think it's going to land? I lost quote, I lost friends. I lost work. I lost my business. And I can no longer do the work I love in the care sector or education. For those that have been on this journey with me over the last few years, you'll know that I wear my heart on my sleeve. And I hold no shame in saying that these last few years have broken me. There's the truth of Jay Spurging, a life needlessly ruined, a life needlessly undermined. She didn't do anything to harm Jews. She didn't do anything to harm Arabs. She didn't do anything to beat back what's happening to white people in the UK or anywhere else with these ideas and these tactics and these vehicles. Nothing. But she ruined her life. And what are the people around her that are Jay Spurging? Where are all their support? Where's the jobs? Where is there's nothing there. They don't have anything to offer. They can't give her back her ability to work in the fields that she loves. They can't give her back her business. They can't give her back the friends that abandoned her as a consequence. Why did they abandon her, by the way? They know her. They know she doesn't want to X, Y, or Z to Jewish people. Oh, but you see, the problem is not what they know about her, but it's what the population have been taught about those who Jay-spurg. The population has been taught about those who Jay-spurg that they want to kill all the Jews. And so when you start imitating that behavior, everyone else thinks that's what you want. And so your friends are not going to go down with you. I say these things this way because, number one, my objective is to end the victimization of white people, not to harm any other group of people. Number two, because I love our people. Because I understand if I'm going to be giving any leadership, if I'm going to be a content leader or an organizational leader, or if I'm going to be inspiring somebody, I know I'm responsible for the kinds of decisions that they are going to make in their life. And I will be damned if I'm going to lead them into something that not only does not work to put an end to our victimization, but ruins their lives. Here, people have gotten jobs, they've gotten promotions, they have started families, they've increased families, they've stopped anti-white textbooks from being used in schools. They've steered clear of committing suicide. Over a dozen people have owned up to this. On and on and on of the benefits of being white positive, focusing on us and putting an end to our victimization. That's what I do. I don't want this for anybody. I didn't want it for Jody. And so I ask you now today to please send your positive energy and prayers to her. She's showing that stoic British position of being broken. She says, doesn't mean that you can't be repaired. And she would like to be repaired. And so I commend that. And but if she's going to stay in a white negative place, endorsing white negative organizations and people, then this will never get better for her. It's going to be an uphill battle no matter what. But she doesn't have to stay in a white negative, Nazi LARPing, Jay-spurging place. She can start climbing up the hill to a better place. And God bless her. I hope she does. How many people have to be ruined before folks stop following Jay-spurgs and Nazi LARPers? How many people have to actually be ruined? How much evidence do you need? They go to jail, they lose their businesses, they lose all their friends, they lose their family. I mean, and it doesn't do anything to benefit white people. All right, let's get into content creators. I want to share quickly. Andrei Moisejev, the great composer. You can find him on YouTube at Art of Myth. We have Anders. We mentioned his game, Blood and Thunder. We gave that link earlier. He also has a blog on link.medium.com/NMX V15XQOAB. White People's Press at whitepeoplepress.com. Westman Media, odyssey.com/@Westman Media. School of the West, schoolofthewest.world. Yizz gave her links today. For Null is on YouTube at symbol Fornelius Newland, FORNELIUSNULLAND. That is him on YouTube. We gave his, I guess, is it also Western Kind Games for Null if you're here.com. No White Guilt Clips on YouTube at symbol No White Guilt Clips. Follow him there. He's also on Twitter. Obviously, it's NWG Clips for No White Guilt Clips. Lovely Porridge at Jubilation Media on YouTube at symbol Jubilation, JUBILATION MEDIA on YouTube. Intellectual Embargo, odyssey.com/@intellectual embargo :2. Final Blossom on YouTube at symbol Final Blossom. He also has a blog, Western Kind Wellbeing newsletter at finalblossom.substack.com. Make sure I'm reading these people out because we need to follow everybody in our community. We're building our community. And I want you to go to primarily their YouTube content. They all have YouTube. I wouldn't share anybody who didn't because I want everybody to be on YouTube. Alternative Voices Portal, odyssey.com/@alternative_voices_portal. WorldConqueror we'll be talking to tonight. He is on YouTube at symbol WorldConqueror. And on Substack.com/profile/ and the numbers are 127204959-destroying anti-whiteism, no spaces. Biospirit of the West, White Wellbeing Quora is at nowhiteguilt.quora.com. For White Wellbeing, we watched a moment of his new video, and he is on YouTube at symbol For White Wellbeing, no spaces. Dino Storm, we shared his links with his game already. RC the Realist is on YouTube, and we need to get him a better YouTube handle. youtube.com/channel/YUCOBY1LK6JKNBEZ4MW/featured. Follow RC the Realist. White Student Transmission on Twitter as White Student T. You can also find his book on Amazon, Equal Training. And we have Aussie Mike rounding out the list. Of course, he covers the great Aussie Mike, covers the happenings in South Africa to our people, as well as elsewhere. You can find him on Twitter, twitter.com/traditional Mike. Please follow these champions, ladies and gentlemen. I'm expecting you to. We have one call tonight. It's from WorldConqueror, it looks like. He's got 5 minutes, and I will be calling him in just a moment. This is a fair warning to get ready for the phone call, brother. We have no mail in the thaumatological mailbag this week. And otherwise, I think we've covered everything. There are a few things that I'll save for either a roll-in this week, or we will acknowledge next Sunday to celebrate doing amazing things, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly a glorious thing to be able to be surrounded by people who not only want to do something different in the world, they want to put an end to our victimization, but people who, now equipped with the tools, are doing the things to end our victimization. God bless every single one of you. We'll refresh over here. I don't want to miss anybody. We'll take a look at Winged Productions. Says, don't forget me. Did you financially gift, or were you going to call in? Did you also say you wanted to call in? I don't see. Was it on a financial gift? We do have a financial gift over here on Cash App. $5 glorious dollars from Guiltless. Thank you so much, Guiltless. $5 from Guiltless, and says with thumbs up, much love. Much love back to you from the once great state of Virginia. Oh, Winged Productions. You mean I missed you on the maybe I did on my list here. We were actually just working on the list, so I might not have the entire list. I sent it over to Hilo Sabbath is here. I sent it on over to Biospirit of the West, and we had a little back and forth with it. So maybe I missed it. You want to make sure Winged Productions on YouTube. And what was the @ on YouTube, brother? Could you write that? Just the @ and the rest of the YouTube. Is it Winged Productions? Hilo Sabbath, great to see you. A lot of Ant-Nats try to power through, quote unquote, power through the pain of being doxxed, relationships destroyed, etc. It's all just an act to seem tough. They're coping and they know it deep down. Yeah, it's just a giant cope. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Franklin. All right, 5 minutes to World Conqueror. The call comes now. Uh-oh. Looks like we're not having an answer. We'll try it again. Now he's calling it.
Hello?
Hey, brother. Promethean hails to you. 5 minutes. What's on your mind?
Sorry for taking so long. The thing got weird and it kept bugging out. But
No worries, man.
I had a thought about the vocabulary, and something I've realized is that when you have conversations with conservatives, right?
Yeah.
And just people who, the average person who isn't directly for all of this stuff, and you point out that they're victimized and abused, well, they immediately think, which I think we all know this, but I'm going to explain why I'm bringing this up in a second. They immediately, think, oh, well, bringing up the fact that you're being, there's an abuser and a victimizer in society, it makes you look like some type of narcissistic loser or something in their mind, even though it doesn't. And it's common sense. Like if someone is trying to kill you, you kind of call the police. That there's nothing wrong with that, right? But if a conservative were to apply their own logic, they're so brainwashed that they wouldn't call the police, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, what I was getting at is they aren't aware that they're being abused because they're so brainwashed. They aren't aware they're being victimized. And if they are, they think it's narcissistic to point it out. But one thing they'll always talk about is tyranny, the tyranny of blah, blah, blah. They'll call it all these abstractions of tyranny, blah, blah, blah. So I think something that we should do, and another thing I've noticed, right, is that they think that if you point out that there's, an oppressor, they, like I said, they just assume you're trying to be a victim, right? Because all of these anti-whites call themselves oppressed, and they call us oppressors. So they just think of you as leftists, right? And so, but this could work. It possibly could fail. But an idea I had was, what if we called them the tyrannizers, right? And then the people who are victimized by the anti-whites, the tyrannized. And this is an actual English term, tyrannized and tyrannizer. So this might work. But basically the idea behind it, right, is that a MAGA or DeSantis voter is much more likely to understand this concept, if that makes sense.
It does, and it's something for people to who are interested and who, when they heard you say that, thought maybe that could work, to think about, and then to go out into the world and try and see how it lands on people. What I would submit, and we only have another few minutes here for the call, but what I would submit is when a conservative type person, this is the kind of person that would say this, when they say to you that it's being narcissistic if you point out our victimization, just ask, do you do that for non-white people? Do you say that they're narcissistic? Have you ever spoken out against the victimization of non-white people? And of course they will not have. And they won't be saying it's narcissistic. And you can then point out that it's anti-white if you're going to say that their victimization is legitimate to speak about, but ours is not legitimate. That makes them anti-white. And then you can have an opportunity to talk about how and why they come to the conclusion that white victimization is okay, but non-white victimization is not okay. And you can point out if they deny the victimization, if they can say, oh, well, that's not really happening, that's going on in the world, you can just simply point out a single case. That's all it takes, is a single case to use as a catalyst. To like you talk about Best Buy right now, you could just say, well, look at Best Buy. Is that victimizing our people? Shouldn't we object to that? Do you have a problem with objecting to that as a victimization of white people? They're specifically targeting us. And if you do, then it's because you're anti-white. You've been taught that we don't matter, that whenever we're victimized, you have to turn it into this general thing about everybody being victimized. But you don't do that with Jews or blacks or Hispanics or anybody else, indicating that you are corrupted. You are infected with ideas that make you think something. So obviously detrimental. But the floor is yours. Mike is yours for another minute and a half, brother.
Oh, okay. There was one last thing I was going to say, which is, I think the recent thing that Yizz said about this place called Leeds in Britain, that actually probably was their best video yet, and I do recommend watching that one. And also, I was going to email you a question in private, because there was another person who was doxxed. I don't know if it's the same person or not. I'm not going to ask any weird questions. I'm just curious as to what happened so that people are able to avoid that, and I don't want to reveal who it was. So it wasn't me, it was someone else, but it's hard to explain. I think it might have been a different person. So
all right.
Yeah, that's all I was gonna say. Have a good day.
All right, brother. Well, fantastic.
And thank you to everyone for all the good work.
Oh God, thank you for your good work, brother. Promethean hails to you. Bye-bye. All right. WordConqueror doing better every single time we hear from him. And he's up and coming, going to dominate the world for white positivity. We have how many? Okay, we're under 4 minutes here with our time remaining. So we have to be concise. We have a Michael in the chat who is speaking to me without tagging me. And that's usually a bad sign, because that means that they're speaking to the audience instead. And we've had people coming in to do this in a concerned trolling way to try to run people off, especially new folks. And Michael Anderson saying that that you, meaning me, are way overstating his meaning of the use of the word human. It's a popular cliche. Horse shit. That's not working with anybody. It's a popular cliche. No, human is used in science. Human is used in biology. No, there's no popular usage to talk about mankind as humans. No musician, nobody has ever said, I'm doing this for the humans. Because when you say you're doing it for X, you automatically are stating that you're doing it against or not for, or in the absence of the other, something other. Like if you said, I'm doing this for the Catholics, it wouldn't be for the Protestants. If you're doing it for the Protestants, it wouldn't be for the Catholics. If you're doing this for the atheists, it's not for the religious. If you're doing it for the religious, it's not for the atheists. If you're doing it for America, you're not doing it for the other countries. So this is just this all-encompassing word to be as cucky as possible. Lunder is here, says, didn't you celebrate 20,000 followers on Twitter a couple of months ago? You're now 1.9 more in front. Yeah, we're growing very slowly. We are censored on Twitter as well. In fact, I just saw this woman who was CEO. She's the CEO now, and maybe I could play that on a roll-in, where she's talking again about the policy at Twitter. Speech without reach, which is not freedom of speech. If they allow, and if folks had been using my argument the way I articulate and have been for decades, freedom of speech, which is the freedom to communicate ideas. So that can be somebody who is speaking, writing, and it's the person who's hearing or reading. It is, the First Amendment is about the trade of ideas. That means you need to have the recipient able to receive the information. Speech without reach is only able to influence anybody because freedom of speech is misunderstood as your just ability to say anything. When you deny people the ability to hear me, you are denying me my freedom of speech, and you're denying them their freedom of speech, because freedom of speech on the other end is being able to hear or read what I have to say. And on YouTube, we have proven that we are denied that. Folks, we're going to get out there anyhow. We're going to get out there. We're going to rock the world. We're going to continue. Making a name for ourselves, this community, this glorious community in service to white well-being. And if you financially gift and I missed it here at the end of the night, running out of time, I'll make sure to get it next Sunday when we're together. But next Sunday, I want to make sure when we come back that we are enthusiastic, that we bring every one of our friends, and that this world we light up with the love, hope, and redemption of going free. I love you all. Let's go free.